Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. I'm your host, Cooley. Tonight is open panel debate night, and we'll also be reacting to Andrew Tate versus PBD Podcast, and we'll get into a few other things. Let's go. And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio, new podcast, by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long. Doing new things. Men are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. You are in comfort. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here and we can do it in person. And after that, we could box. I'm about my business. So remember I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yeah.
You look 39. It's okay though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman. All right, chat. Welcome back to No Fugazi Podcast. Again, I am your host, Cooley. Tonight we will be doing. Got this on. Let me mute my phone. I had the phone playing in the back. So tonight we got open panel debate night, and we'll be reacting to Andrew Tate versus PBD. So everyone knows, because it pretty much went viral on Twitter, and then a lot of liberals are going crazy over it too, that Andrew Cavalicular, Myron, Sneako, Justin Waller, Andrew Tate's brother, Nick Fuentes, a lot of them linked up over the weekend and went out to the club, and, they played some Kanye music that wasn't supposed to be played. And, everybody got their panties in a bunch. So we're going to go over that. And then we're going to open the show up to open panel debate night. But first, we got a few links in the YouTube description. The first link is going to be for the sponsorship, and we'll get into that later on into the stream. The second link is going to be for the membership. So if you support the show and you want to become a member, click that link. That's going to be the second link. And we got 3 tiers. First tier is Gang. Second tier is Hitman. Third tier is Mob Ties. You join any of those tiers, you get special perks. Like, when I do my open panels and I bring people up, I prioritize you. So that's one of the perks as well. And then the other links in the YouTube description is going to be for the social media accounts. So if you want to get in contact with myself or anyone from my team, reach out to us via social media. We got the X account in there, the Facebook, the TikTok, the Instagram, wherever you want to reach us, you can. All right. So let's hop right into it. So let's hop right into this debate. So it seems after Andrew and Myron and Nick and Sneako and Clavicular and all of them went out to the club. Looks like right after that, Andrew linked up with PBD on his show to talk about it. And then they talked about a lot of other stuff too. I watched a little bit of that stream, so I'm not new to it. I watched a little bit. Pretty interesting. So we're going to get into that right now. But actually, before we do, hit the like button, click the subscribe to the YouTube channel, and click that bell icon. All right, so let's not waste any time. Let's hop right into it. Let's see what we got here. Okay.
A group of guys that were hanging out playing the song in a city, Miami, where most of the clubs are owned by this community that the song was bashing, that, by Kanye West, and then everybody reacted. As a matter of fact, why don't we do this, Tate, to just kick it off? Sure. Good to have you back on here.
I'm glad to be back with the guys.
This looks like the cigar lounge from Madrid.
Exactly.
Except it's not. Let's pick a city we're in right now. We're right now in We're in Barcelona right now.
Nice.
Okay, Barcelona, Florida. Somewhere in Barcelona, Florida is where we are right now doing this podcast.
Big difference between Miami and Fort Lauderdale, Vinny, right?
100%.
Okay, so why don't we do this, though? on a serious note, so let's play this clip, Rob, and then Tate will just start off with this clip, what the news is saying, and we'll come.
It's on the news.
It's all over the.
You made the fucking news.
You made the news. Channel 7, Miami. So, Rob, if you want to play this clip, go for it.
People laughing and celebrating Heil Hitler and Adolf Hitler. I cannot believe we're even seeing this and witnessing Miami Beach.
A Miami Beach nightclub catching heat, accused of celebrating hate with a song about Hitler.
Absolute disgust.
Disgusted, horrified.
City leaders reacting to videos making the rounds on social media featuring the Kanye West song with the lyrics Heil Hitler over and over again. The same men seen in the club, known as controversial influencers, are also in a video from a limo. In that one, they're singing, and one of them is performing a Nazi salute.
To have people in our city celebrating this. Animals.
This is obviously not welcome in Miami Beach. It should not be welcome anywhere in the world.
And by the way, I spoke to other club operators. They are not welcome in their club. How they got into this club, open arms, I want to know how.
The videos are from Saturday night. This one inside the Club Vendome at 743 Washington Avenue. The club releasing a statement on social media that reads in part, "We want to be unequivocally clear. Vendome and our hospitality group do not condone anti-Semitism, hate speech, or prejudice of any kind." It goes on to state, "We are deeply disturbed by the harm caused by this incident and the circulation of this footage." The Post explains the business is looking into safeguards and procedures to make sure this doesn't happen again. As for the men in the video celebrating the song, the mayor has...
I want everyone to be aware what you just witnessed there and what you just watched was, you can take a lot from it, right? But let's take this one key thing from it. Let's take unity. And I'll explain. You guys are probably like, cool, what do you mean unity? What do you mean unity? What you've watched was a display of complete unity. And when you are united, you have power. That's what happens. When you are united, you have power. And it's unity because the small het community, they were on the news because of a hip hop song that was speaking about their community, right? Now, you don't really see that in the black het community. Now, I'm speaking like this because we're on YouTube and we're on Facebook streaming and we're also on TikTok streaming. So I got to like censor my words a little bit, unfortunately. But what you witness here is unity. You have the small het community. If you play a song that's, you know, bashing them or that's derogatory to them or that's demeaning in any way, they'll go ahead and kick you out their club. They'll go ahead and, you know, ban you from all clubs, ban you from all restaurants. You'll make the news. But in the black het community, you can speak about, you know, murder and, you know, black on black crime and doing drugs and doing all of these other things. And clubs play it. Nothing gets shut down. It doesn't make the news. Life continues to still happen and go on. And that's because the black het community, there's no unity within that community. Like the small het community, they have a lot of unity there. So if you're doing anything against their community, oh no, it's going to be some consequences. So you'll think twice about not doing anything against their community, which is why we're on YouTube and I have to censor my words because, you know, there just tends to be some power there with unity. So if black people, my people, the foundational black Americans, whatever you want to call yourself, right? If my people can just know that unity equals power, and therefore if we, you know, if someone is doing something against what we believe that is against our values within our community, well, we'll have enough power to ban them from our restaurants. But god dang, we don't really own restaurants like that, right? We'll have enough power to ban them from our clubs, but god dang, we ain't really own clubs like that, right? We'll have power to get on the news and everyone will be like, they are, you know, bad and they're evil if you disrespect our community, but we have no power to really do anything like that, right? There's no power because there's no unity. So whatever you want to think about the small het community or the black hat community, or whatever you want to think about the clip that you just witnessed there and the song that Kanye did, you know, have your opinion, but what's grand is unity, right? When you are united, you can make things happen. So that's power there. And all the people that watch me every day, when I do my live streams, I invite you to this thing. I got the link in the YouTube description for you guys to sign up and become a member so we can have some unity here. Like, I can be featured on many podcasts, but the thing is, you know, my live viewers is low. Clips do pretty well. I'm shadow banned right now momentarily, but you know, my clips do pretty well. The YouTube channel is growing. The subscriber count is going. My clips always go viral on all social media accounts, but when I go live, you know, people tune in and then they don't tune in. So sometimes live streams can be over 1K views. Sometimes live streams can be, you know, just what we at right now? 200, maybe a little bit over that on all platforms. Probably about like 300 on all platforms because there's no unity here, right? So if you guys rock with me, support the channel, hit the like button, subscribe, click the bell icon, but also become a member. Become a member. And every time I go live, support the show. It would be some unity, and then we can shake things up in the YouTube world. You'll see Cooley on these other platforms. You'll see Cooley doing some debates with. It's like, man, I wonder how Cooley would do debating this person. We need some unity. So unity is important. When we see how important it is, where listen, if you play a song about a certain community, you're gonna be banned. We can't even speak about a certain community, or you know, my entire YouTube channel can be taken away. So at least understand the importance of unity, black people, and then also, and all people as well. You need to unite on something. You need to unite on values, which is very, very important. I think that's what's most important. If you unite on your values, your ideas, ideology, Christianity, that's something to unite on. You know, they have theirs, the small hat community. That's something to unite on. Black people, there's not really anything that's uniting black people on, right? So we'll get to that momentarily. I just wanted to give you guys that, but let's continue on with this clip.
I barely even see me at any of this,
yeah.
Firstly. But I want to be very careful here because I don't want to deflect too heavily. I don't want to be blaming other people, etc. A whole bunch of songs were played that night, none of which I requested. None. I walk into a nightclub and songs are played. Unfortunately, if anything happens anywhere near me, it gets tied to my name. If someone got shot in that club, they would have said, Andrew Tate's in a nightclub where this man got shot. I didn't shoot him. I didn't pull the trigger. I don't know who the fuck he is. I was there and the song was played. The actual conversation I think that's interesting to have when it comes to this is the nature of the internet and the nature of influencing in general. Because I think we're living in a world now where only shock value seems to get anybody's attention for any significant period of time because everyone's dopamine receptors are completely fried. So all of these young influencers or anyone on the internet who's trying to make any name for themselves is trying to be as controversial and shocking as possible as quickly as possible. And that's why the song was played, because it gets views. That's why. I didn't play it. I didn't ask them to play it. I didn't dance. I didn't sing. In fact, the only time you see me on there is me storming out of the bus saying this is ridiculous and leaving. But I know why it was played. It was played because of this. It was played because it gets traction in a world where everybody is bored of everything all of the time. And that's why these young people are encouraged constantly to try and do the most shocking thing possible. You see this not just with this song, you see this on all their streams. They're running people over and doing retarded shit constantly. So I'm not here to make excuses for myself. I'm not here to say it wasn't me. I'm not here to, you know, blame someone else. But it is kind of ridiculous. It does feel a bit unfair that I'm standing in a nightclub. A song comes on that I did not request. A song comes on that I do not dance to. I do not repeat the lyrics to. I just stand there. And then they want to attribute somehow the song playing to me and it all being my fault.
That's a fair argument, but I'll you know, to the average person that's watching it, you know, back in the days when I'm younger, I'm in a car with a guy who I get out of the military. It's December 23rd, 97. The guy's got a bunch of pot in the back of his trunk. Cops come out. Yep. And I'm in the Army, and my guy's calling me, telling me, hey, you got to figure something out. You can't be involved in something like this. Yep. So guilty by association, it's the first thing they're going to say. You hung out with these guys. When I watched the video, Andrew, with you and them, Tristan looks extremely uncomfortable. Yep. Okay? And the way you were smiling, because I saw a lot of everyone's texting.
Let's be honest here. He's talking about guilty by association and all of this stuff. Like, what are you talking about, PBD? It's a song, right? So there's, Lil Baby, Lil Wayne. I'm sure you listened to hip hop songs before, PBD, back in your days. You were listening to Jay-Z and all of this stuff, talking about hoes, talking about sleeping with women and doing drugs and gang banging, going through an alley, robbing someone. You listen to hip hop songs and it spoke about things that was degenerate and maybe against your values, right? And that's what happened. Andrew Tate, he was just in a vehicle and it was a song. And the song was, you can say it was a degenerate song or whatever you want to call it, right? But the song is what it is. It's a Kanye song talking about the small hats. And in regards to the song, bro, if we get mad at that song, you should be mad at every other song that's out there that's against your values, but they're not against any of those other hip hop songs or anything like that. But once Kanye is talking about one specific community, there's outrage. Doesn't really make any sense. There should always be outrage. Like, okay, cool. We know that how I explained that the reason why there's outrage is because this particular community has unity, so therefore they have some power to cause outrage. Okay, got it. And we all know this. Anyone with, like, we can observe this. We can truly observe it now, because if you make the comparison to other songs, well, why isn't there outrage? Well, like, the media is only speaking about this now, and everyone is speaking about it because of this particular community. I don't think that this particular community is forcing them to speak about it and to cause the outrage. I think that people in media are speaking about it because most likely they're against the Tates, against Myron, and against people like that, right? And that's fair, because they look at them as the enemy. Oh, they did something what we deem as bad, enemy. Let's speak about it. But I'm sure there's many other people like that listen to a lot of crazy songs that's bad about the black community, but there's like zero outrage. It makes no sense, really. So if I'm being honest here, I don't care at all about it. At all. For me being black and all the hip hop music that plays on media and think about it, bro. You can play hip hop songs and have a hip hop music video with girls twerking in the music video, acting like they're in the video. They're like acting as they're robbing people, acting as they're doing drugs on all of the music videos, many music videos, and YouTube still allows it up. But this is degrading to my community, totally degrading. This doesn't build my community up, but YouTube allows it. So what's going on here? But when it comes to a certain community, if it's degrading to them, then it's like, okay, let's go ahead and get this shut down. So I got the link there as well for anyone to join the stream. We're going to react to this more because the conversation is interesting. I didn't watch too much of it. I stopped about maybe a few minutes after this, but we're going to watch more of it. But let me get to these super chats real quick. And if anyone wants to join the stream and do open panel debate night tonight, debate me about anything you want. If you're a feminist, that'd be a great debate. If you're atheist, that'd be a great debate. Anything where you have a different opinion than mine or a point of contention with any of the things that I say or any of the content that you watched, you can come on up and you can debate me tonight. Let me get to some of these chats real quick. We got shout outs to Wicked Dreams. He sends in $20. He says, shout out to you, Cooley, in the chat. Let's hope we can get a good panel going. Who wants the smoke? Don't hate in the chat. Do it face to face, but I know you won't. It's okay. We know you are scared. All right. Wicked coming in with the smoke. We got Dane Snyder sends him $5. He says, I'll be on Vulcan soapbox at 8, but I'm here until then. I'm going to plant a garden this spring, so I need you to tell me where the hole at. Where the hole is at. All right. We got Tyga sends in $10. He says, we all poke fun at literally every people group, and it's fine. This is true. Everybody pokes fun at like all people groups. Black, Mexicans, Chinese, everybody. But then he says, but if you make fun of the juice, you know what the juice is. Okay, we call them the juice today. International outrage, why? Well, I think I explained why is because there is power within unity. And when you own businesses and you own restaurants and you own a lot of the media, or you have ownership within these big businesses, then if anything is speaking against your community, then you can go ahead and shut certain things down. So there's power within unity. That's just what it is. That community does a good job at putting their dollars together, at owning things and building things. And this is why they have the ability to cause outrage and shut down things that go against their beliefs, go against their values, and try to corrupt their whatever they have going on, right? So that's why. That's the real reason why. If we're speaking about it. Now, we can speak about, oh, well, evil and this, or this group is evil. Well, I mean, that's up for debate. We can have that discussion. But I would say if, black people had that same power, and if you were speaking about anything against them, we would definitely be like, you can't say this about us. You can't, we would have so many different rules, right? There would be so many different things. And it's even like that with, the whites in America. It's like that. Think about it back in the day. Currently, like right now, no, it's not like that with the whites. But, 50, 40 years ago, it was like that. Just what it was, right? But the whites, America always, whites consist of about 60% of America currently right now today. In the 80s, it was a higher percentage. In the 50s, of course, it was a higher percentage. So there's power. White in general, they just have power because there's more of them in America and there's more of them in government. There's more of them owning businesses, just more of them. But if we're speaking about the small hat community, they're low in numbers. There's not many of them at all. And they have power because, they all agree on ideology, unity, religion. That's what they come together on. And they spend their dollars within their own community, which is like basically, I believe, like part of their religion. So it ain't, you can't hate on it. Like, don't hate the player, hate the game. And they are playing the game good, right? I may have my opinions about, how things are ran in America and things like that with them being in certain positions of power. But at the end of the day, we got to give credit where credit is due because they play the game good and they be winning. That's all I'm saying. But anyways, let's play more of this clip.
To me, you and I communicate. We have conversations together. You looked extremely uncomfortable as well. You're smiling, but you're not. You know already what's going to happen. It was almost a look where I said, Tate knows what's about to happen next.
Yeah, the shock value really isn't worth it to me. I mean, I've said some shocking things, and people will believe my brand is built on shock value, but I think they're at least shocking opinions. I like to think that I'm sitting there saying, this is my opinion, you may find it shocking, but this is what I truly believe. These are my worldviews, and perhaps there's a lot of people who agree with me, disagree with me, but to just shock and offend purely for the purpose of shocking and offending, I think that that's something that has plagued the internet for a while, but it's getting worse and worse, and you notice it across the entire streaming world because people are struggling to get any kind of views or shake people out of apathy. And when I talk to anybody below 25 who's doing anything on the internet, their only intention is to be as shocking and therefore as offensive as possible. That's what they're sitting there thinking. How do I get everybody to panic within 3 seconds? Otherwise, they're going to scroll past me. Mm-hmm. And that's what people are doing. That's the world we live in.
Why hang out with them?
Well, I haven't seen them in a long time. It's the first time I met two of them. It's the first time I met Clav and Nick. I spoke to them online, but it's the first time I ever met them. I hadn't seen Sneako in a while.
You and Nick have never met each other?
Never met.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that.
Never met.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and the Braden guy, Clav, whatever his name is, he's new.
First time I ever met them.
Yeah.
And I have to be honest, they were nice guys when I met them. It's the first time I've spoken to them. I sat down with them, and I don't think they even put the song on. I have to guess. I think Sneako may have put the song on, who I'd met many times before. But it was a long night. It was 6 or 7 hours in which, for 2 minutes of it, someone got a phone and put a song on. It wasn't me. And now it's all over the news. So I just think that the main reason this is being done is because shock value is what people are optimizing for with their content primarily. And then we can have another conversation entirely about why anti-Semitism is on the rise in the first place, because I have a theory about that also. And I think that the main reason anti-Semitism is on the rise across America, because there's no doubt about it that it is because young men are being told that Jews control the system, and young men are being screwed by the system. It doesn't mean it's true. I'm not going to sit here and say that Jews completely and utterly control the system. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if you tell young men that, and they believe that, even if it's not true, and they're getting screwed by the system, that's why people are anti-Semitic. There was no anti-Semitism when a man could afford a house, and there was no anti-Semitism when a man could get a wife. And there's no anti-Semitism when he looked around and felt part of his community. But people are so disenfranchised now with the places they're living in and the society they're forced to live within, and they feel so disconnected from everything.
So what he is saying is true to an extent, meaning that, you know, when you can buy a house and life is going real good for you, generally speaking, most people aren't going to be worried about other people so much. They're going to be comfortable, but it's when you're not comfortable and you can't afford a mortgage and you can't afford groceries and gas and things like that, then you're looking around to like point a finger like, well, why can't I afford these things? What's going on? Why can I live good like the people that I'm seeing when I'm scrolling on TikTok and Instagram? I want to live good. Let me point the finger and blame someone. And a lot of people tend to blame certain communities. They try to look for someone to blame. Like you see the whites, they blame black fatigue. Oh, these niggas out here causing all of this ruckus. You see other people, they say that it's, you know, they blame the small hats and they claim that, oh, you know, it's anti this and this. You get what I'm saying, right? So what he's saying is it holds weight. It's true to an extent. But even if, right, even if people can buy mortgages, you know, the economy is booming and everything is going good, you'll still see hate. You'll still see hate, bro. Like some people are just evil and some people just want to hate on other people. So that's always going to be there. You'll still see racism and things like that, even when life is beautiful, right? But it definitely will reduce the level of hate and things that you see. So what he's saying, it is true overall, I would say.
Become revolutionary. Young men of the world are revolutionary. They're looking for somebody to blame. They're told it's the Jews, so that's why they're being anti-Semitic. That's the truth about what is happening.
And it's funny though, Andrew, like, what's Nicholas Sneako? He's a grown man. I'm going to call him his real name. He's Filipino, Haitian, and his father is of Jewish descent.
And 1 second, too, I see people in the chat. Once again, it's open panel debate night. So if you want to come up and join, you know, just don't share your opinions in the chat. You can actually come up and click the link that's pinned in the YouTube comments. It's pinned in the YouTube comments. So if you have any disagreements with, you know, what I'm saying, come on up. For sure, you can come on up and you can challenge me live. And if you make me look dumb, you can go viral. Right? So why not come on up and challenge me? We got someone backstage right now. I'm not sure what he wants to speak about, but I'll bring him up real quick and then we'll get right back into this stream. Let's see. Welcome to No Fugazee podcast. State your name and what do you want to debate about?
So my name is Kevin. I was just reaching out because I was seeing your reaction to the video and I wanted to give my 2 cents on that.
Okay, so we are leaving me bringing people up. It's only going to be to debate. So if you have a point of contention with the things that I'm saying or a different opinion, I'll bring you on up. You can also stay backstage too, because if we do get someone up that shares opinions, we'll open up the panel for everyone and you can give your 2 cents.
I do disagree. So in terms of the fact of what you're talking about with the guilt of association, you were saying that there's no reality to that. It's just people listening to songs and that with certain communities about other songs that there wouldn't be this type of backlash. And that's something that I fundamentally disagree with.
Okay. And why do you disagree?
Because so say, for example, there was a song called like Heil Jim Crow. That would be something that the Black community would get together and rally behind as being controversial. You were trying to compare it to hip hop, but hip hop just talking about controversial things like murder and all that kind of thing. Those aren't aimed towards specific communities the same way that Mustache Man is seen as a figure of hate against a very particular community.
Yeah, so you're making an argument that I didn't make an argument against. So I was speaking about when Andrew Tate, when he was speaking about the song itself, my position was that, well, you know, you can have your opinion about the song and things like that. And I was making a strong argument that the reason why there's outrage and it's on the news and it's in media, and the simple fact that Andrew Tate is on PBD podcast and they're speaking about it right now, it's viral on Twitter and everything else, is because this particular community has unity. So that's what I was speaking about. And the only reason why we see that it's very, you know, it's on the news and stuff like that is because they are unified. They have the power, and there's power within unity. As far as you making the comparison to if there was a song about Jim Crow, you know what? And like, say if it was like white people speaking about this song and they were going against it, you know what? I still think it wouldn't be as big as what's going on here now. So I don't think that, they'll be shut down. Like Sneako, Myron, and Tate wouldn't be able to go to any restaurants and any clubs in Miami because black people don't own those clubs and those restaurants in Miami. You get what I'm saying? So there's power with unity, because when you are unified, you are spending your dollars amongst your community. So then you're building businesses, you're creating wealth and things like that. So when they do go against your community or say anything about you, you have the power to then shut it down. So yeah, even if, let's say, I'll grant it to you, let's say if there was a song that was like, yeah, Jim Crow, let's bring it back, and all of these other things, let's bring back lynchings, it would be in the media. But those whites that was singing that song, listen, man, they won't find any problems going into restaurants and going into clubs because black people don't own the restaurants and clubs. Make sense?
Yeah, but I feel like I feel like for the most part you could be correct in terms of the people who are who own those are of those descent. But I feel like, especially for people who are within the party of the right, it's going to have that magnifying glass when they are singing songs or just in the presence of somebody singing those songs and celebrating that kind of thing, just because it's a horrible look. I think that racism against anyone, it's still going to get you that type of response, especially in a place like Miami, which is going to be, for the most part, left-leaning when it comes to some of the politics there. And I'm just talking about the city of Miami itself. I know that there's many Cubans and that kind of thing, but in terms of being in an urban setting, there's going to be a big pushback against racism, regardless of whichever race it's against.
Usually in America, there is pushback against racism. There's always going to be some form of pushback against racism. We see it where there's been songs that little white girls would sing on TikTok, or white boys would sing on TikTok, and this was prior to Trump being in office. This was around like 2018 and stuff like that. But I would say like 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, when Biden was more in office, you would see that, well, a little white girl said an N-word singing this hip hop song, she can lose her job. So cancel culture was definitely around. But once again, the cancel culture was not implemented by the black community, didn't have any power to implement that cancel culture. Right? If we truly think about it, the cancel culture that was around racial slurs about black people, that was really implemented by the small hat community. And they did it strategically because if we can show our, if we can show, we have empathy towards other communities, and we'll put our dollar towards the black community and things like that, like BLM, like we know that really wasn't, a thing for black people, with basically the organization. But that was a strategy. Well, we can, show that we are in support of, black people and their grievances, then for our grievances, everyone would be on our side if anyone goes against our community. So I think it was strategic. And I say all of that to say that, we see those things happening on media when it came to white people saying racial slurs about black people, but black people had no power themselves to cancel them. They were canceled by media. And who owns media?
We could say that a lot of it is owned by the tiny hat people.
Yeah. So now let's just revert. Now let's just put it in. Let's say if black people did have power. If we had power, then we would be able to do exactly what's going on now, and the effects that Andrew and Myron and Sneako and Nick Fuentes and all of them are experiencing where, listen, bro, you can't go to no Miami clubs. You can't go to no Miami restaurants because we own 80%, 90% of the clubs. So maybe you can go to a few of them, but the ones that you really was eating at, that you enjoyed the most, you can't go to those because we own those. So there's power within unity, and in the black community, we don't have any unity, so therefore we lack power.
So that's something that I would disagree with as well, in terms of, I know that it is a large proportion of that community that has places of power within media and that kind of thing, but when it comes down to it, the stories that come up are by the people. Even within BLM, I'm pretty sure all the organizers of that original organization that stole all that money were of the African American community. But even within that, if a story is big enough because a certain community is rallying behind it, it's something that the media is going to bring up. A great example of that is going to be the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, right? Because Jeffrey Epstein himself is part of that tiny hat community, but it's one of the biggest stories of this news cycle. And the reason being is because so many people are paying attention that the media has no choice but to own in on that story. I think the black community have shown as well that there is a unity between them, because even if it's not within the media, just the protests during BLM and all the organization that went into that.
Yeah, but you're missing my point. I don't disagree with what you're saying. We agree on that. If you come up here to debate, you have to debate the things that we have a disagreement on, or you have to state that you disagree. So we're not speaking past one another. Once again, as far as, black people having influence, no, we're very influential. But as far as power within like actual power, and power is going to come from unity, well, we don't really have it because we don't own a lot of things like the small hat community. We don't own a lot of things like the white community. So therefore, our power would be coming from influencing other communities around us with the true power to say, hey, let's cancel this person and this person can lose their job. Let's cancel this person and these things can happen. It's different, man. In order to truly cancel someone, you need to own. Like, you got to own something. Like, for instance, we're on YouTube, right? I can lose everything right now if I get canceled on YouTube, at least lose my channel, but not lose everything else. I'm fine outside of YouTube, but like I can lose my channel if I speak about a certain community, right? But I can say the N-word all I want on YouTube. I say it all the time, and I don't even when I do my videos, I don't even worry about cutting it out, because it's fine saying the N-word. But if you speak about the small hat community, you can't say it because they have ownership within things, within these businesses, corporations, and they can shut you down. Now, if I owned a little bit of YouTube and I was like, you know what, anybody that says the N-word, we demonetizing them. Then you would see that, well, you can't say the N-word at all. You can't speak about anyone that look like me. You can't do it at all because you'll be demonetized. You'll be fully canceled. Makes sense? So there's a distinction between influential power, right? And getting other people to back you, where you don't really need anyone to back you because you own these businesses and you can stop these people from speaking on your platform. You can stop these people from coming in your restaurants and going to your club.
So I get that, because you're saying that the other communities actually have the levers themselves to pull it themselves, I guess you could say, to exercise that power. But I would still argue that influence is such a big portion of where power comes from.
I'm not arguing that. That's not my argument. I agree that influence is important. So
but it's just,
you would have to
that,
argue
the black
against.
community doesn't have power because they don't own those restaurants.
I said that it's a different type of power. I didn't say that black communities don't have any power at all. If you don't own a restaurant, or if you don't own a club, and you don't own a whole lot of things, then how can you truly stop someone from going there, right? You can influence other people to be like, you know what, let's do some marches and stuff to influence their minds, so then they can have empathy for your feelings and the way you feel about things. That's what you can do, right? And we see that happens. We see that did happen, but it's a different type of power when you own things and you are united and you have money.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just that when you can also influence those people who have those things, you still have the power to make things happen. And to go on to your point about the YouTube thing, you're able to use that word because you belong to that community. I'm 100% sure if there was a white man that was using the N-word, talking about disparaging things against the Black community, the same way that some people do about the little hat community, then they would receive the same type of demonetization thrown out of the algorithm, that kind of thing.
Well, once again, that would be, you mean that if someone is speaking about Black people?
Yes, like if it's a white man using hard ERs, talking about they don't deserve the right to vote, these kind of things, they are also going to receive the same amount of backlash that they would for going against the other community.
Oh, going against the small hat community you're talking about?
Correct.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying now. Well, yeah, but not to the same degree. Now, currently right now, there's X, where there's white people saying the N-word all the time on X. And I don't really care what they say, right? Yeah. I'm not sensitive. I'm not emotional like that. So I don't really care. But currently right now, there's a platform and you can say the N-word totally fine. So let me paint an example for you. X, you can say the N-word, no problem. Elon owns it. He's like, you know what? Free speech to a degree on that platform. So it's like, say what you want. But then there's other platforms where you can't say anything. And also on X, you can speak about the small hat community as well. But then there's other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, where you can't speak about the small hat community at all. But all of those platforms, you can all say the N-word. And you know why you can still say the N-word and get away with it? Because Black people don't own those companies, or they're not invested into those companies in a big portion where they have some weight where they can make things move. They can shake some things up. If we own YouTube and if Black people own TikTok and Instagram and things like that, whatever our values are, if anyone goes against our values or says things against us to degrade us in any way, we can take action on it because we own it. You get what I'm saying? It's not a hard concept to understand.
No, but I just think that you don't necessarily have to own it to exercise power. Like you said, you might not be the person that presses the button.
That isn't my argument. My argument is what we can do. My argument is not that people, like I understand that influence creates thinking and thinking creates behavior. I understand the ability and the power of influence and how you can influence someone to feel empathetic for you and to take up a stand for you. I'm not against that. That will be silly to be against that because I understand the power of influence. But influence is a threshold you would have to meet to get someone to take action for you if you don't own it.
Correct.
If you do own it, what I'm saying is I don't need to influence anyone. So therefore, there's a difference in power.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I don't think so if you agree on that, then there's no debate here.
Well, the thing that you were essentially saying is that the level of power isn't the same. And I guess if you're talking about the access to the levers itself, I guess I would agree with you there. What I'm saying is that the way that power is exercised and what it's exercised for is the same. Like you, even on TikTok, like you can't be a white person throwing slurs around because you're still going to get banned. Like it doesn't matter which community you do it against. Like you're still going to receive the repercussions.
That isn't that I have no point of contention with what you just said there. I have no disagreement there. Right.
Okay.
So when you do a debate, I don't know, have you came up before?
I have. This is my third time.
Oh, I don't remember. I debate so many people. Normally when you debate, you stick to what you disagree on and then you argue that. You keep moving to things where I don't have any point of contention. I don't disagree on that. I'm just stating out something where you have no refutation for because you actually see the truth and you do agree. So, yeah, man, good conversation, man. Appreciate you for coming up. If this is the third time you was up, I guess, try harder next time so I can remember you.
Okay.
All right, man. Have a blessed one.
You as well.
Okay, chat. We got other people backstage too, but let's get to the clip because I want to keep on reacting to this, and I'll start bringing people up. And once again, like when you're coming up to debate, actually debate on something that you fully disagree on. Like if you like, oh, well, I agree on like what you said, but like, what about this part here? Well, I never said anything against that. This actually makes sense, so I would agree to that. But if it doesn't make sense and you're saying something else and I disagree with it, then we can spar. But yeah, I guess his name was Kevin. He came up and really didn't have a true point of contention. All right, let's continue on with this.
So on top of that, it doesn't make any sense. He's the Jew, so you're gonna go to a town that's predominantly a lot of Jewish-owned businesses. You're technically Jewish too. You're playing that song, and then when you get in trouble for it, you're screaming anti-Semitism, and it's all the Jews run everything, and it's ridiculous. And I think in that sense too, Andrew, they use you, which I know you're upset. You have to be. They use you to play that song to be like, look who's with us. And you're right. I saw you. You walked right out, and even in the nightclub, you were kind of like whatever. But I would be even more livid because coming from a guy that has a Jewish father, brings you in, plays the Hitler song, and then you're the only guy that's going to catch real flack for it.
Yeah, I think it was, so if I'm going to be optimistic, it was short-sighted by them. If I'm going to be pessimistic, it was certainly very, I mean, I wouldn't say they set me up, but they should have known that, this is going to cause a whole bunch of flack for me, specifically.
In Miami.
In Miami, of course. But if I'm totally honest with you, I don't think that any of them are deeply anti-Semitic genuinely, and I don't think that any of them really thought it through. Honestly, I think they're just kids. I think they're just kids. It gets a reaction. They think they're funny. They're on the internet. They need a reaction. They want likes, and they did some fucking dumb shit. That's what I think it is. I think they're just literally retarded.
How old is Nicholas? If you don't, how old? I know.
I don't know. They're all young. They're all in their
young.
young 20s or something.
I would love to agree with you, brother, but they're not all kids. By the way, nobody online or in the Jewish community defends you more online or behind the scenes than me.
I appreciate that, sir. I appreciate that.
I had dinner with Tristan and Justin Wall the other day. I got the call. It's Sunday. You ruined my day. At the very least, you ruined my Sunday.
Well,
with my nephew.
I woke up. I was like, what the
feel
fuck?
you. And I get a call from not one person, not everybody.
Yep.
Your brother, you're texting me, Justin Waller, the club owners, the DJ, everyone, the mayor.
The bathroom attendant.
Like, the bathroom attendant, I tip him good, he called me.
Who's Cuban,
but they're not all kids. We know Myron's almost 40.
Yeah.
You're almost 40.
Yep.
Tristan's 35.
Yep.
This ain't kid stuff. So what I think is I actually believe you. You think I'm going to wait for 5 years of working with you, friendship with you, to throw you under the bus last minute? That's not how we roll. But I think Sneako played the song.
Yeah.
I think Tristan explicitly told me that Sneako played the song. I think when you sort of diffuse the situation, they're kids being kids. Myron, who, you know how much time we've spent with Myron.
Yep.
That ain't no kid stuff.
Well, Myron's not a kid, and he's a really good friend of mine.
I agree.
And Myron's not a kid. You're right. I don't know.
Yeah, what it's funny here because what Adam is trying to do is he's trying to get Andrew Tate to bash Myron and Sneako and Nick, and he's trying to get Andrew to go against them. Like, oh, they played a song that was against my community because Adam is of that community, and he's trying to get Andrew to be like, throw them under the bus. If you weren't really involved, then they go ahead and throw them under the bus and shame them. But that's what females do. Like, come on, man. What are you talking about, brother? Man, currently Tate did not throw them under the bus, but let's see.
If Sneako played the song, Sneako played the song. I'm telling you from my perspective, and I don't want to make it something.
But how do you feel about that? Because let me ask you a specific question.
Sure.
Do you know how long?
Yeah, I'll be honest. If someone played the song, like just where I'm from, I don't say any names. Like it's like, oh, well, you know, it's a song anyway, right? Like if someone played a song, it's like, listen, the song was played. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to not tell the truth or anything like that. But I'm going to be like, listen, the song was played. I'm not going to say like, oh, well, the song was played by this person. So I would say, did he throw him under? Nah, I don't know. Maybe got to listen back to it real quick. Did Adam say that Sneako played the song? If Adam said that Sneako played the song, then it's just like Andrew Tate was just repeating back what Adam said. Okay, well, if Sneako played the song, Sneako played the song. That's fine. But currently right now, he didn't throw anyone under the bus. I don't see that in his character. I don't think that he will.
How much time I spent with your brother and Justin Waller at 9 o'clock on Sunday? I left at 3 in the morning. Serious conversations, laughs. Of course, we're having Blue Label.
Yeah.
And Tristan, in my perspective, is like, dude, I'm done with these people. That's my perspective. I'll let him speak for himself. But he told me a story about your grandfather.
And you can tell that Adam is like coming for blood here. He's trying to get them to go against the people that they were hanging out with. Like if you chose to hang out with these group of people, and you know you're going to and it was like a 24-hour stream. I didn't watch it, but I looked at some of the stuff on X, and they, you know, Sneako, Andrew, Myron, Clavicular, Nick Fuentes, they were all streaming that everything was streamed, right? Everything was streamed. The only thing that they got upset about currently right now is the song that was played in the club and the song that was played in the car, which that song I would say, well, they deem it as it's against their community, right? So he's just trying to like get Andrew to shame Myron and Sneako and the people that he was hanging out with, to throw them under the bus. And that's very gay of Adam. I don't know why you're doing that, Adam. Like, oh, throw them under the bus. Oh, I spoke to your brother, and your brother said that, you know, he wasn't. Well, from what I can see, it seems like your brother wants to get away from them. Like, listen, man, if I spoke to you, this is female like, right? If me and you spoke about something, and then you go on stream or you speaking about it to other people, and you're like, well, I think that, you know, Cooley, he really doesn't want to be involved with those people anymore. Like, nigga, that's for me and you. It's not for you to tell other people. Why are you telling other people how Tristan feels or how you think he feels, right? That's just dumb. Keep other people out of it. Speak about your own opinions and your own thoughts, and that's it.
Who served in World War II, yes?
Yes.
The American.
Yep.
What would your grandfather say about that? A neo-Nazi symbol. Who fought the Nazis?
Yeah, I understand. And we have to be very, very careful. I understand exactly what you're saying. I agree that that is offensive to many people. I totally understand it. And I'm not here to get myself...
It's offensive to Americans.
Well, yes.
Forget about just Jews. American lives died fighting Nazis.
That's true. That's true.
Your grandfather's friends died fighting Nazis. That, to me, Jews or not Jews, Americans went to war against Nazis. This is an American thing.
So what Adam is engaging in right now, he's engaging in an emotional argument. So it's an emotional argument. It has no, you know, logic or reason or anything within it. He's just saying, oh, well, what if your grandmother or your grandfather and they fought in that war against, you know, fought in World War II against, you know, the Nazis or whatever, and how would they feel about it? Well, that's an argument from emotions, man. Like, get to what you really want to speak about.
Wear an American flag pin, not an Israeli flag pin.
I don't have anything against Adam, but currently from what I'm seeing right here is, one, he's trying to get Tate to throw his friends under the bus, or maybe just the people that he was with at that moment, which is female behavior because you're looking for gossip. And then also he engaged in some people would call like backbiting, where if you have a conversation with someone privately and then you speak about that conversation, which he started speaking about the conversation with him and Tristan, that's very feminine behavior, that's gossip. It's best not to do that, and it's best to try to avoid that at all costs. And it's not to say that like everyone's immune to it. No, people aren't immune to it. A lot of people do it, but still try your best not to do it, right? Like this podcast was pre-recorded. So even if you did do it, you could have been like, that wasn't too good. Could have quickly self-reflect. Hey, Pat, could you take this part out? Because I don't think that that's masculine. I don't think that that's a part that I want to show. I misspoke right there. And as a man, you can do that. But the simple fact that it was pre-recorded and they went ahead and put it out, he had no problem with backbiting or anything like that.
Not a global flag pin. Certainly not an LGBT flag. American flag pin.
Yep.
My grandfather fought in World War II.
Yep.
So to me, this is anti-American. And I'm cool with Myron. I used to be cool with Myron. But how am I going to hang out with that? How are you going to hang out with that?
I've known Myron for a very long time. He's been a great friend of mine. And I have to make this very clear to the world. I have a whole bunch of friends who do a whole bunch of shit that perhaps I would not do myself, or I may not 100% agree with. But that doesn't mean they're not my friends, and I don't speak to them. I have to be honest here, guys. I'm really not trying to do some big apology tour. And the reason for that is because I really didn't do anything wrong. So I want to make this clear. I understand why some people were offended. I understand they want to attach it to my name. I understand that it gets clicks in the media if you say Andrew Tate did X, Y, Z. I got on a bus. Full-grown men made decisions while I sat on my phone. I then got off the bus.
And this is what sucks, because they're like pressing him about him hanging out with, some of his friends and then some other people as well. And they're looking to get an apology out of him, looking for him to shame his friends and things like that. And now Tate is in a position where he has to explain himself. He has to explain his whereabouts. This is what he's saying, like, oh, well, I got on a bus, I went to a club. Like, you're having to explain yourself because of that. Tate, you don't even have to do any of that. To be honest, you could be like, well, that's what they said. That's their song. I've never heard the song. That's them and what they've decided to do. I'm against that. I hang out with a lot of friends that they do a lot of things that I'm against, like he already said, and then he could have kept it right there and moved on. But once you start getting into explaining things, then it's like, you looking like you saying that you're not sorry, but you're saying you're sorry. You know what I'm saying?
Nightclub, while other people played songs while I sat on my phone. If they want to crucify me for that, that's up to them. Myron made the Nazi salute because he thought it was funny. That's Myron to come here and defend.
Of course.
It's not for me to sit here and come here and defend. Myron is someone I know and I respect and I like. Even if he did something that offended me, even if I found that offensive, I would still say, okay, well, I like Myron. I have a whole bunch of friends who do a whole bunch of things that I don't like. I have black friends, white friends. I have every single type of friend you can have. We have the most racist group chat in the world. This is the world I live in, right?
All right, so currently right here, Tate is standing on business. He's not throwing Myron under the bus. He's not throwing any of his friends under the bus at all, which is respectable. I can respect that, right? But anyways, let's move on. Now, you're probably thinking like, well, Cooley, like, should you not throw your friend under the bus for anything? Would you not distance yourself from a friend because they do, anything? Well, nah. Over here, we stand on principles. There's some do's and don'ts. So if you are part of, you know what, I'm not trying to get canceled, so let me just continue on. Let's keep reacting.
And I think that the reason the anti-Semitism issue is so sensitive is, one, because of the prevalence, especially online. And I'm not going to lie, I see it everywhere myself. I'm not even Jewish. It must be scary to see it absolutely everywhere online. The reason for that, I've just given you my theory as to why. That's the first reason. Mm-hmm. Second thing, of course.
Okay, so it's funny how Tate could have empathy towards the small hat community. And he's saying that, I feel for them. They get a lot of anti-Semitism and all of these things that's thrown at them on social media, and I feel for them. He says that he feels for the white community. I heard him speak about that too. I feel for the white community. White guys, you're going extinct. You need to have more babies and all of these things. He feels for white people. But Tate, you said that you're half black, right? And you do see that there's a entire community on X that goes against black people. But I never truly, really hear you stand up for black people at all. And It's curious. It's a little curious there. I would have asked him that if I was interviewing. Oh, what about the blacks, right? What about the blacks? Because of course you got to see if you can have empathy for a community that you don't even share blood with, and you can see all of the things on social media. I feel for that. There's a lot of things on social media that they fully attack black people. And granted, some of these things black people do need to be attacked for. Like, come on, man. Still swiping them EBT cards, relying on that and using that and flipping it. Still on taking money from the government, not even trying to self-improve, and you're on welfare and stuff like that. I understand that. I'm on that attack. But then there's other things where it's like, well, yeah, nah. You can have some empathy. If you can have empathy to these other communities that you're not with, you can have some empathy towards the community where you at least share some blood with. So I would ask him that personally if I ever meet Andrew Tate.
Of course, there's World War II, and a lot of people died in the name of defending Jews. Of course, I understand that completely. But then thirdly, and I'd like to have an actual open and honest conversation about this. Don't we think, and I actually want your opinions, the fact that a song came on and the reaction has been so fierce and so, not aggressive, but it's so clear that songs like this can't be played without meeting genuine power in the world. Don't you think, to somebody who is completely detached from this situation, somebody at home who has nothing to do with this situation, watches it and sits and goes, see, they are in charge of everything? I'm asking.
This is the perfect, by the way, I'm so grateful we're having this conversation because the world needs to see this.
Yeah.
If this was played in any other city, Tate, you would not see this reaction.
Got it.
Can I explain something?
Sure.
Miami Beach, they don't play this game, dog.
Well, clearly.
You're not going to Mamdani Miami.
Yeah.
It's not happening.
Yeah.
By the way, Stephen Miner, the mayor, Joe Magazine, David Suarez, you have a Jew and an Italian and a Cuban walk into a nightclub and they say, we don't play this game, homie. We see what's going on in the world, and every Jew, every capitalist, every billionaire leaving California, leaving New York, they're like, where can we go? You know how Governor DeSantis said, Florida's where woke goes to die.
Good friend of mine.
Your boy. Florida is where woke goes to die. Well, you know what? Miami is where racism goes to die. And by the way, I'm an equal opportunity employer when it comes to racism.
Yep.
Stand-up comedian, former stand-up comedian. Yep. One day PVD is going to get his shot. We know.
Yeah, well, that's a contradiction, Adam, if you say that, well, Miami is the place where racism goes to die, and then the next words out of your mouth is, I'm an equal opportunity, racist. I'm a stand-up comedian. I speak about all communities and stuff like that. And, that was like a contradiction there, right? Maybe you can close the gap. Let's continue on.
How about that? And I would say this.
And it's funny, too, as you do debate so much and you understand the laws of logic, right? When you're listening to stuff, it's like, it's hard not to find contradictions on things. It's hard not to see and hear logical fallacies where it's like, wait, what's going on? That doesn't make any sense. That's illogical. So sorry, Chad, I'm just giving you guys my 2 cents because I'm always in like debate mode since I do so many debates.
It's not racist if you make fun of everybody. Anybody can get it.
So I'm clear.
We got a black guy there. We got an Italian guy there.
So I'm clear.
We got a gay guy.
Okay, well, so look at what you just said then, Adam. If it's not racist if you make fun of everyone. Myron, he truly makes fun of everyone. He speaks about everyone. I would say more about the whites, not as much. We can be honest and say whites not as, from what I've heard. I don't watch a lot of the content, but from what I've heard, but he does speak about everybody. And I heard him say many things about white men and white women, how the liberals have ruined America and feminism and, all of these other things. So, but from what Adam is saying, and we even hear Nick definitely speaks about the small hat community. He definitely speaks about the blacks. And lately he's been speaking about, Yeah, I'll be honest. I really haven't heard Nick speak against the whites or in any way. Maybe he has, but I don't watch enough of them. Sneako, we hear him speak about all communities. Tate, we hear him speak about, all communities too. So if it's the case that, now let's put everything together, right? If it's the case that under Adam's worldview, you're not racist as long as you speak about every community, well, most of everyone that was in the club and that was in that car, they all speak about all communities. So if they play a song that's against your community, under your worldview and what you just stated, it isn't racist, right? And this is just me coming from my debating mind because it has to make sense. You have to be consistent, right? You just got to be consistent. And so far with what Adam said, it's just not logically consistent. Maybe he can close a gap here, but I don't think that he will. I think that he's just going to double down and say, try to shame Tate again for hanging out with those guys while they play that song.
There, I don't know, Nick Fuentes, gay, whatever it is. But it's only bad when you single out one group.
Yeah, of course.
So that's the challenge that you're going to happen. So all these guys that basically own the clubs, run the city, it's not just Jews. Cubans, Venezuelans, Jamaicans, Haitians. No. It's one big melting pot, Miami. And the universal...
Okay, maybe he's saying, I'm trying to throw Adam an olive branch here, right? Throw him a branch. Maybe he's saying, well, they played that song, but if they would have played another song about degrading black people, another song about degrading whites, another song about degrading Mexicans and Cubans, then it wouldn't have been racist. But nah, I don't think that's the case. I think that they would have still been doing this podcast. It would have still reached, the news and everything. And all of the outrage on X would have still been happening because there's a certain group that is very united and they own a lot and they have power. So therefore, this is why you, Adam, you feel that, it's anti-Semitic. But yeah, man, it's just not adding up.
Truth in Miami is don't bring that BS here. I'll explain why, and then I want to hear your perspective. Obviously, Jews have fled anti-Semitism, came to Miami. Mm-hmm. Half of South America, looking in the room here, fled communism, socialism, comes to Miami. Mm-hmm. Haitians flee corruption, come to Miami. Italians flee fascism, come to Miami. The reason that Miami is that city is because they all know what the rest of the world looks like.
Yeah.
That's why you're getting this reaction. Any other city, you're not going to get this. Okay?
I think you're...
Ooh. PBD was like, Adam, I don't know about that. Yeah, you're going too far. Yeah, that doesn't make sense, Adam. What's going on there? Let's hear what PBD about to say.
Lived in a bubble where you think Miami's the only place. Thank God you lived in Addison for a year and a couple other places. I think this is bigger than that to me. And by the way, I'd like to go to the next topic. Let's do a couple other things on this, and let's move on to the next few topics to get into. I think, Tate, for me, it's a different conversation for you because every year when a new year starts, it's about how am I recreating myself for the next level. When I was in my 20s, my buddy promoted a club called Club Jerk in Melrose, and then we used to go to Pimps and Hoes, and we used to go to, no, literally, I don't know if you ever heard of Pimps and Hoes.
It's a great name.
We used to go, it was.
Let's do a quick pause for this. Let's get to some of the super chats, and then we'll bring up some people backstage. We'll continue to react to more of this, so everyone that's enjoying the reaction, don't go anywhere. We'll continue with this. But let me get to some of these super chats that came in. All right, we got King Grizz 95 sends him $5. I appreciate the support, man. He says, when are you gonna collaborate with Myron Gaines? And have you ever tried to? Y'all two would break the internet, bro. Could see you up there with them. So I reached out to Myron and to be honest, guys, nothing against, him at all, because I reached out to do a collab with him probably about twice. I haven't heard anything back. Reached out to him via Marquette, and I'm not really sure what's going on between them two, but this was a while ago, and I got nothing back. Reached out to him directly with Fresh. Fresh really didn't get back to me too much. And then also reached out to him just through regular X, and I believe maybe even through Instagram DMs. This was a while ago, but I haven't attempted to reach out to them in over a year, I believe. So maybe it's, maybe I can try again. But at the end of the day, they know about me, right? They've reacted to me as far as when, people try to expose me on some fake stuff and, oh, cool, you're a fraud and stuff like that. But they was, had my back and everything. So shouts out to them. I don't think that there's any hate, any animosity, especially not from my side. From their side, I don't think that there's any, because when they could have went against me, when all of YouTube and TikTok and all of social media was going against me last year, they chose not to. They chose to stand up for me. And I've always stood up for them guys too. And it's not to say that I share every opinion that they have. No, we definitely have a lot of different opinions on many different topics, but there's a lot of things that we agree with. And I think the content would be great. I think it would be educational. I think a lot of people would enjoy it. And yeah, man, I think it'd be dope. So, but who knows if it's going to happen? I don't know. But I appreciate the support, King Grizz. We got Leah. She sends in $5. She says, if it was up to people like the Black Tiny Hats and their people gained a huge chunk of power, they do everything they could to rule over whites. Just saying. Okay, so I would disagree, Leah. I would disagree. I don't think that if black people had power so that's something where the only reason, and from your picture you could be white, the only reason that can be like some white guilt speaking, the only reason why you probably think that way is because you think that, well, since my people, the whites, enslaved black people and all of these things, and they've been through KKK, Jim Crow, redlining, the crack era, and all of these things. The CIA was even trying to keep the black community down, and the federal government was even trying to. Well, if black people gain some power, whites will definitely be in jeopardy. So you're speaking from like this guilt almost, like, well, I see how white people treated them, so I'm sure they'll return the favor. And I don't think that's the case. I don't think that, you would witness that if black people gain power, that we would just, put the whites in concentration camps and things like that. I don't think that. I think black people tend to be very empathetic, right? Very, very empathetic. There are also subgroups of any community where they're a little bit radical, but even the radical group within any community is usually small, especially within the black community. It's a very small group that's radicalized. So now if maybe that radical portion gets power, but that would be like for any radical group gets power, any radical whites, any radical of this group, or any radical blacks, you would probably see some oppression happening because they're radicalized. But yeah. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and bring some people up for open panel debate night, and then we're going to get back to reacting to this. So when you come on up, once again, I want to debate, so have a point of contention. Yo, boy, Lame, I see you back here. I don't know if you wanted to say something. I'm sure you don't want to debate. But hit me in a private chat, Yo Boy Lame, if you wanted to say something. Write it in a chat, the private chat that we have backstage. Let me know, and I'll bring you on up. But Asher, and then also Duvet, I'll be bringing you up now. Please, when you come up, make sure you state your name and what you want to debate about. Now, we don't have to debate about what we're reacting to. Once again, we can debate about anything you want to debate about. But let's see.
Pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. Yep. Let me get your name.
David Kelton, Metro Detroit.
Oh, it's David. Okay.
Duvid is a Yiddish. Like I went to Yiddish schools, and I was actually Church of Entropy's friend debate partner. If you debated with her that night.
I'm sorry, you was whose debate partner?
Jennifer Scharf, who was your debate partner on Modern Day Debate.
Oh, okay.
The feminism.
Jennifer was my debate partner.
Yeah, she was the anti-feminist, your partner, and she was so anti-feminist, she basically let you do all the talking.
Okay, and what you said that you're related to her?
No, I was her streaming partner. Like,
streaming partner. Okay, I got it. I get what you're saying. Okay, cool. Well, what do you want to debate about?
Yeah, I thought you had known Myron Gaines. I was at University of Michigan for the uncensored debate that was Thursday, and I actually helped bring the debate. I volunteered, and I was going to, not to say I agree with them, but like as a small hat, I was going to defend Tate and even Gaines, and even the first, the thing, if you saw the viral clip where the Jewish student at the University of Michigan, tells Myron Gaines, like, there's 6,000 of us on campus. What's your message to the Jews who don't feel safe because you're here? And he's like, there's 6,000 of you. Like, I mean, without the cursing, like, don't be a bee. If there's 6,000 of you here, why are you scared of me? And I think you're going to see a shift in American culture like that, but like, just like.
And it's safe to say that you are from that community. You are Jewish.
Well, I'm half Jewish. Like, people, Judaism's difficult because no matter what, some other Jew's going to come up, like, being black or Christian, like, he's not really Jewish. So it's difficult. What does it mean? I'm in Detroit. Like, I went to Jewish schools.
Was your mother Jewish?
My mother's Jewish. My father's not Jewish. So they.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. The lineage is passed down through the mother. Is that correct?
So much so that I went to Jewish schools out of my own desire. I went to Orthodox.
Yeah.
I studied to be a rabbi in Jerusalem. I lived in Hasidic Brooklyn for 10 years. And I've even done, I know a lot about the black-Jewish relations.
Got it.
And,
okay. So what's, you said that you were on Myron's side, and you said that you helped set up some stuff for Uncensored America as well, right?
Well, I never met him, and I saw that they were making an event, and I messaged them, asked them if they need volunteers. So
so you're willing to volunteer. Okay, fair enough. So, all right. Well, welcome to debate night. Is there a point of contention with what I said that you want to debate about, or we're just coming up here to say that, you were actually you support Myron and Tate and all of that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I could debate I'm a technical debater, but I had maybe some points about the shift in black Jewish dynamics in America. I mean, first you think Gaines is African and a former Muslim, or Tate is Muslim, and obviously Martin Luther King Day was yesterday, but you think, okay, both of these men are Muslim, and that obviously has a different take on how they view Jews and how they view being black, and maybe a modern politics of a changing black identity that even Jews might get behind, kind of, because I lived in Brooklyn, and I did construction and things like that. Like, people talk a bunch of trash. People hate each other.
Okay, let me ask.
I'm kind of used to that.
Let me ask. When you
just talk like that, it didn't bother me that much.
Okay, well, okay, fair enough. So you're saying that you tend not to be as sensitive as other people. But let me ask, so when you watched the clip and they were in the car and in the club playing Kanye's song, did you feel any type of way about it?
No, not really. I mean, because I would kind of, because I'm a critic of Israel, so I'm expecting backlash. But also, there's a difference between the perception of fears of the Jewish community and actual fears. So I've been involved in different levels of community things, but what scares Jews and what is actually dangerous to Jews is often not the same at all. And some violence, or the perception that someone's saying the worst possible things, therefore they're dangerous, is the perception of the majority of Jews. Maybe African Americans or others might feel similar, but what's actually dangerous to them is very often saying Myron Gaines is a former law officer, Andrew Tate's a very like you said, what are you scared of me? To University of Michigan is it's a whole bunch of
okay.
Jews.
So you're saying that what they truly should be afraid of and fearful of is not people's the words. They should be afraid of organizations coming after them and trying to attack them, because people like Tate and Myron Gaines just speaking about them, that's not really, that shouldn't provoke any fear. That's just them being sensitive. I'm trying to make sense of what you're saying because you speaking like run-on sentences, which is okay. Maybe you haven't, came up and joined the stream before, but I'm just trying to like make some sense of what you're saying.
I appreciate your professional at this. Like, I'm like micro stream. I apologize about that.
Fair enough. All good, man.
So the perception of what bothers people does not necessarily accurately portray threats. And
okay, the perception of what bothers people is not actually a threat. Okay, that makes sense.
I'm a dissident among Jews, so I would say pushing censorship actually puts Jews in danger. However, the perception of Jews is that lack of censorship puts them in danger. And so it's kind of paradoxical thing where Jews are relatively bringing problems upon themselves by pushing the wrong method. And there's a lot of divides, like segregation or different places, like people who live in isolated communities and have a bunch of money and power that hear this stuff, and then they leverage their power to even saying like Jews don't run America, like in a sense of, even if blacks like took over political leadership, through maybe means of like owning real estate or businesses. So just saying like Jews are scared, they leverage the power that they have, and the power that they have is mostly their businesses, especially
that's what I was explaining to Kevin when he came up and we were speaking. I'm like, well, the thing is, the beauty about it is, and I don't care what anyone says, it's a beautiful thing to unite. Now, we may disagree on what you're uniting on, but unity within itself is beautiful, because to see people come together under an idea, under a goal that they're trying to meet, that is hard to do. So when it can be done, well, man, a lot of people envy it. And I'm saying that if it's the case that black people can come together, since we're speaking about these two communities, and unify, like Jews can under an idea, under a religion, under values, things like that, things that is virtuous, I would say, within my own values, I would want unity to be under, we would see that they would have more power, and they would be able to enact certain things, just like the small hat community is currently doing right now too. And I'm saying small hat because, not to degrade you or anything, but we're on YouTube and we don't want to keep using the J word, right?
And
so even if you can,
small hats,
if you can also stop using the J word as much, it's okay to use it a few times, but I don't, want to get flagged or anything like that, because listen, that's what happens when you got unity and power, right? But okay, man, listen, I thank you for coming up, David. Is there anything that you wanted to say, or you wanted to give any input right before I get to the next caller? Or are you good?
Maybe a dynamic on how these, because small hats have power, not because like we're necessarily like well liked and celebrities that have voices to millions of people, but because we own businesses. And you think like the prominent people in African American community, they're not necessarily powerful because like they own businesses, they're doctors or engineers or bankers, but because they have big voices, they're popular. But often, guys like Tate or even gangs, they become reliant on small hats. But I mean, it's I educate in Detroit, but it's really because they need the accountants, they need the bankers, they need the people who own the property, and then you need to come on. Like if you had your own club that you could play at, and I mean it's a dynamic, and the relationships are changing. But I mean, just understand, like Jews, small hats use the resources that they have, as where other communities use the resources that they have
to spend. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Represent their group interests.
Yeah, exactly. And it seems that the small hats, they use their money to represent the group's interests. And it's been many things within the black community where when was it, Gucci? I think Gucci did a commercial where I guess it was like blackface involved within the commercial, and then a lot of black people was complaining like, we're not going to buy Gucci anymore, and we're going to protest against them and not buy their product. But then like there were so many black rappers still wearing Gucci, like the prevalent ones, the ones that had a lot of influence, was like, man, I don't care about that little commercial and them including, and I do believe it's Gucci. Someone correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. It's one of those, name brand companies that's out there, but I do believe it's Gucci. But anyways, yeah, man, that's what happens where there's no unity. But if there was unity and black people's like, you know what? Everybody, we like a huge 90% of us agree that we are not purchasing Nike no more. We are not purchasing this anymore. We are not purchasing that. Then that's a way where you can unite and to, make some change. But real change would come from if black people united and they spent their dollar amongst one another like your community does. Therefore, we can grow some wealth. We can have some companies, own more businesses. And if anyone goes against our values and say things that we don't agree with, that is detrimental to our community and the things that we are doing, then we can cancel them directly. We don't need to try to influence the small hats. We don't need to try to influence the whites to try to get them to cancel them off their platform. We own it, so then we can cancel them ourselves. And what I'm saying is that's what we're seeing with the small hat community. Since they own a lot of things, they have the power to shut things down if things go against what they believe in. So I thank you for
the African American community has a lot of power also in the sense that, a lot of small hats don't like to recognize it, but basically we're at the mercy of the security of the black community. And so there is that leverage there. Like Andrew Tate, to some extent, is basically a bodyguard to small hats.
Explain that. That doesn't make sense to me. Expound on it. It could make sense, but go ahead. Expound on your point.
If you just look like the nightclub business or your rap or real estate, like who provides security at all those places, like mostly African Americans, and they work for.
Oh, okay. You're speaking about security within itself.
I'm saying like small hats know, the relationship with the African American community is extremely important in the extent that, because basically we live geographically next to each other in almost every major area, that the security, like people like Andrew Tate, they provide security at these places. Like he's famous and rich enough now, he's not providing security, but like he basically probably 10 years, that's what he did. He was a bodyguard. He's not like a doctor, he's a bodyguard, fitness guy.
Andrew Tate?
But I'm saying he protects small hats. Like he's a nice guy. Like he's probably been.
I don't think Andrew Tate was ever a bodyguard. Maybe he was, but
I'm not saying you're professional. I'm saying he's just the guy that because he has geeky friends and he's a strong guy and he protects them. So small hats know Andrew Tate's the kind of guy that prevents them from getting beat up, and they need him. They have to make some concessions. Even Myron Gaines. I don't really see that being. I don't see that being reality, objective reality, that small hats rely on the black community for protection. That's not reality, because most doing his bodyguard. I'm saying
what I'm saying is most security, most people that do security in America, they're not black. Like there's more white security guards than there are black security guards. I would say 100% there are. So it's not to say that black people aren't involved in doing security. I'm pretty sure there are. But anyways, man, I want to get some more callers up. I do appreciate you for calling in, man, and have a blessed one.
You too.
All right. Let's see here. Hit the like button too. Hit the like button before you, if anyone wants to join stream, come up and join stream. And sometimes, when people come up to join stream and they really haven't been on stream before, they speak and it's hard to understand them. I'll be honest. I don't know if you guys had a hard time. It was run on sentences, and then he would say one thing and then say another thing. It was hard to fully grasp some of the things that he was saying. But then the other things I did grasp what he's saying. I think that's why he was up here that's why I had him up here for so long, because when homie was speaking, I'm I'm not even understanding what you're saying right now. Am I slow? And I'm a great active listener, but I'm Yeah, man. And then the last thing he said, that just didn't make any sense. I'm like, all right, maybe there's a, and people like to say like, they're high IQ over there, but not all of them, I don't think. But anyways, let's get this guy up. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name. What do you want to debate about?
How you doing? My name is Ashar. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. And what do you want to debate about, Ashar?
I want to debate about earlier. You said something about everyone is mad about the song playing in the club, but they don't get mad when hip hop talks get played in the club and they talk. You said hip hop. Hip hop. They play hip hop in the club, and hip hop talks about murder and all these other things you were talking about. You're saying nobody cares when they play that in the club, but everybody's mad now and stuff like that.
All right. Well, let me hear what you want to say.
My
Go ahead.
stance is saying that it's not the same thing because, we're literally talking about a genocide. Millions and millions of people got slaughtered. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody know the story. Everybody know the story. So
well, you missed what I said.
I'm saying like in hip hop, they're talking about like.
I'm saying that. Yeah, you're missing you missed what I said. Kevin came up and me and Kevin had the same discussion, and now you're coming up and you're saying the same thing that Kevin said. Were you listening when Kevin was up?
No.
Ah, man, you gotta pay attention and watch the stream. This is something that me and Kevin already spoke about, right? So my argument I wasn't comparing hip hop music to the historical traumas that's involved with World War II and the Nazis. I wasn't comparing that to hip hop music and them talking about gang violence and shooting up things and stuff like that. That wasn't the comparison. Do you know what I was comparing?
So that wasn't the comparison. Why did you bring up murder and stuff like that when you brought up the hip hop music? Why did you specifically bring up murder when you brought up the subject of hip hop music being played?
All right, I'll go through it.
Hip-hop song. You didn't just say
I'll go through it with you one more. I'll go through it one more time and just listen to this, right? So, and there's an echo coming from your end. So when I speak, I'm going to mute you because there's some weird echo. But it's okay. I'll take you off of mute when I'm done speaking. But on my end, I'm getting an echo in my ear. That's why I was speaking slow right there. But anyways, so the comparison was simply that, well, the reason why they can do this, I'm not really comparing what was done, right? I said that even in my reaction, I said that you can have any opinion that you want about the song itself. I don't care about the song itself. I'm comparing why they have the ability to ban Andrew Tate and all of the people that was in the club and in that group at the club and in the car. They can ban them from all the clubs in Miami, or at least most of them, and most of the restaurants and things like that. The reason why they have that ability is because that community, the small het community, is united, right? So therefore, they have the ability to then enact some power and say, well, this song goes against our values, so boom, we're going to go ahead and ban it. This is why I made the news and everything like that. Compared to the black community, where there's hip hop songs in a club all the time. They're talking about gang violence. They're talking about shooting people and robbing people and murder and drugs. They're talking about all of these degenerate things, these things that is immoral. The club itself doesn't care about those songs, right? Because those songs isn't speaking about their community. It's speaking about another community, right? And the reason why the clubs and those restaurants can ban those group of people that was in the club playing that song is because that community is of the small het, and that song was going against the small het. So therefore they have the power to ban it because they own most of the clubs and things like that in Miami. Now I'm going to bring you back on. But now, as far as rap music and like the degrading parts of rap music where they're speaking about gang violence and murder and stealing and doing drugs, those songs are played all the time. But black people, we don't own those clubs. We don't own things. So if those songs went against our values, we have no power to ban the Tates and his friends and things like that from the clubs. That was the argument. The argument was speaking about unity. And with unity, you have power. And with power, you can enforce certain rules and regulations and things like that. Make sense? You're unmuted.
Yeah, it makes sense when you're talking about like the unity and the power that they have to, like, you know, cancel them and say, oh, they can't come to the club. But
that's what the point was. The point was the point wasn't.
But before that, it's like,
so you have to argue my point.
In what way though? In what way were they speaking about the communities? Listen. Can I finish?
Ashar.
They do get mentioned. They do get mentioned in rap music.
This wouldn't be a debate, Ashar.
My Jewish lawyer. Oh,
Ashar, this wouldn't be a debate.
Let that go play. But what I'm saying is that if they play
you're not
the song,
arguing against what I said, Ashar.
Finish the sentence, bro. Can I
Ashar, you're not arguing against what I said. You don't know how to debate, do you?
What you said because I'm arguing against what you said. Because
okay. All right. I'll give you 30 seconds. Please point out what are you arguing against what I just said, now that you understand.
What you said is that
actually still man it. Actually say what I said. Still man my argument. Still man my position.
You saying they have the power to unite and come together and cancel them and ban them from their clubs because they come together. They have the power. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Because when you speak against their community, you say when you speak against their community, when you speak against their community.
Okay. And right? What else did I attach to it as well? I said the difference is I'm comparing black people. If we think
murder, how they let that play in the clubs and shit.
So listen, if black people, so let's just say me and you, hypothetically, because it's maybe not. Listen, it's maybe not you.
That was about, let me just say one sentence. If a hip hop song played in the club that was talking about, praising people getting killed in slavery and stuff, and hey, hell this person, hell this slave catcher, hell this, you don't think it would be on the news?
Same argument Kevin made. That isn't refuting my argument though.
So the only thing you're saying basically, so that it was even an argument then what you're saying then basically. You saying
no, it is an argument. It's just that you don't understand it, so you can't even agree or disagree because you don't understand. So let me try to help you understand.
The thing you use to like back that up is not really like matching up. It's like the fact that you use hip hop and violence and letting it play in the club, it don't really match up to them having the power to unite, because it's like hip hop playing in the club is not talking specifically about somebody that's responsible for a genocide of their people. It's not the same thing. It's not the same level. That's what I'm saying. So
here's my argument, Kevin.
Don't amount to that. That's probably why I got confused. That's why I'm like, hold on. Why you bring that up and say that? And then
yeah, because it's here's the argument. I'll explain it. Me and you. Let's just say hypothetically you are pro LGBTQ plus. Let's hypothetically you are pro LGBTQ plus. Hypothetically, I am anti LGBTQ plus, and that's not hypothetically. I actually am.
Another example.
No, this one is good. It's my example, right? So you're pro the rainbow flag. I'm anti the rainbow flag, and guess what? When I go to you own a club, and I own a club. No. You own a club and I don't own a club, right? So when I go to your club, I play some anti, rainbow flag songs. I get the DJ, send them $100. Oh, listen, man, play this song for me. And you're pro anti LGBTQ. And then when that song plays, you find out that I'm the one that, offered the DJ the money. You ban me from the club. You fire the DJ. Right?
Stop right there. What did the song have in it? How was it talking?
It was anti.
It was people. It was
anti.
Is it specifically talking about killing pro?
Listen,
LGBT?
stop. It's just anti. It's against your values, man. It's anti.
In what way though? Anti what way? You have to be specific. No, you have to. You can't generalize that. You have to be specific.
No. The thing is, you don't know how to follow an argument.
I can be anti something and I can
Stop
specifically
it. Stop it.
What? I can specifically be violent and extreme about it. Yes, you can.
That
There's
it
a line.
doesn't. You know what? It doesn't matter what it is about. It's just the simple fact that it goes against your values.
I have the power because I have the power to ban it from my club, right?
Listen.
So I'm going to choose whether or not I want to ban it from my club, whether or not I find it offensive or not, whether or not I find it extreme or not, right?
You don't know how to listen. The reason why it doesn't matter is because it just goes against your values. So since it's against your values, it doesn't matter. It goes against what you believe in. So it doesn't matter if it's about killing,
the
stealing.
Kanye song was just against values, though. The Kanye song wasn't just against values, saying, "Oh, we don't believe in whatever." I want to use a holiday to use Hanukkah.
It's not about values.
That. The man talking about hell, this guy, hell, this guy, hell. The man actually did the salute.
It's about values and the things that you believe in.
It's about intentions, bro. What are their intentions when they do these things?
Yeah,
bro?
no, listen.
I'm not a super.
Stop talking. Stop talking. You can't follow things, right? I'm making a hypothetical and giving you an example so you can understand my position. The reason why you can't understand my position is because you don't know how to think.
That's my point.
How can an example not be valid when you haven't even heard it?
Because it has nothing to do with what you said.
Okay, so if it has nothing to do, totally fine. Listen, if it has nothing to do with what I said, is it not the case that the small het community is it not the case that Nazis is against the small het community's values? They deem Nazis as being evil, correct? Do you think that the small het community deemed Nazis as being evil? Yes or no?
After what they did, yeah. Not before what they did.
They deem it as being evil, bro.
After what they did, though.
What are you? I'm speaking about right now. Right now. Stop it. You don't know how to think. Right now,
I know how to think.
Do the small het community? No, stop it. Currently, right now, does the small het community deem the Nazis as going against their values? Deem them as evil? Yes or no? Yes or no?
No, because you said two things: going against their values or evil. Going against their values or evil. Which one?
If they're evil, it's going against their values, you knucklehead.
No, that's not the same thing.
Okay,
if you're going against your values, don't mean you're evil. What are you talking about? If I'm Christian and you don't go against my values like a Christian, that doesn't make you evil.
You don't think that if I kill a lot of your people that I went against your values, like your value of life and murder,
if you that specifically said,
that's what I'm speaking about. Yeah, man, it's of your own values.
You generalize it though. Because
do you know what values is?
I can have a different opinion of who I think God is. That's
values is what you believe. Values is what you believe to be good.
Yes, but there's different things I can believe was good. I can't just say everything under one bed. Like this.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you the question again.
Be specific.
The Nazis, right? The Nazis. Do the small hets look at the Nazis as going against their values?
Yes.
Okay. Therefore, you're dumb and I'm smart. Because if they're going against their values, as stated before, when they are hypothetically, stop it now since you understand values. I don't own a club. I'm against, you are pro rainbow flag. I'm anti-rainbow flag. Therefore, I go into your club, I play a song that is pro rainbow flag. You deem that song as going against your values because I play a song that's anti-rainbow flag. You deem that song as being against your values because you are pro rainbow flag. You own it. You can ban me from the club. Right? We're talking about power.
It's not that simple, man. It's not that simple. It's not that simple.
If you own a club,
flag, it's not anti-rainbow flag.
This nigga dumb. Matter of fact, you're so dumb. Listen, you're so dumb. I actually got to kick you off because you're so dumb. You can't follow. You are that dumb. I had patience with you, but you're that low IQ. He was that. I hate to kick people off because it's like, I want to have debates. But if you can't follow the argument, and then he tried to complain the whole time. Well, evil and values. Well, if I think something is evil, obviously it's going against my values, because I wouldn't think that it's evil. I wouldn't think that something was evil and something didn't go against my values. Like, how can you say that I think something is evil, but it's in line with my values? I think something is evil, but it's aligned with my values? No, if I think something is evil, it has to be against my values. I'm like, dang, this nigga is stupid. You know what? I don't know what he was. Could have been mixed or something like that. But I experienced a little black fatigue right there if he was black. God dang, I don't know. What was that, man? It was horrible. Freaking mulatto. I don't know what you are, bro. What you are is dumb. That's what you are. Anyways, he got Tyga backstage. Let's see what Tyga want to say up here. What's going on? Tyga, welcome to No Fugazi.
Yeah, man. Thank you for having me.
For sure, man.
I really just kind of wanted to like spar with a Shar or whatever his name was, but
oh, you did. You wanted to have some fun with him.
Yeah, but since he's gone, I will say this, and people in the chat have said something along these lines too. Yeah, we can't say juice, right? We got to the word for the YouTube safe word for the I believe it's Yahtzee. Right, just letting you know, so that
we can't. Oh, I can't even say like I'm drinking juice. Okay,
well,
I can't say
no,
that.
you can say juice. I'm saying you can't say the other N word, not like the black N word, but the
other one, the one
man.
for them.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we can't even say that word. Okay, I got it. Okay,
yeah,
thank you for that.
Got to be Yahtzee, but yeah, I'll get out of here. All
right, preach. And was like, am I tripping or homie is really dumb?
Yeah, I'll say, I mean, there is a valid point there. They say, well, yeah, there would be outrage if it was like, hail Jim Crow, but the overarching
that isn't my point
here,
yeah.
Right? Yeah. The overarching point here is that the black community doesn't have the same level of institutional power as the juice. So
thank you, Ty. Tyga gets it.
Yeah.
Tyga gets it. Thank you, Tyga. All right, peace.
Yeah.
Tyga gets it. He understands. Freaking Ashar didn't understand. Like, bro, what are you talking about, man? Freaking. This is what I deal with open panel debate night, All right, anyone else wants to join stream, come on up. Click the first link that's pinned in the YouTube comments. You can come on up. Ashar, I see you backstage putting up your hands like this. Nothing against you, like you as a person, man. But you have to at least like understand what I'm saying for us to have any type of discourse, right? So, just next time, like, be a little bit more prepared, and it'll go better for you. But it went very bad for you this time. Let me read some of these other super chats. Let's see. We got, this was David. He came up before, sends him $5. Appreciate the support, David. He says, in NYC, you can beat up a small hat and may be let out of prison the next day. Just playing a song and saying hateful things is fighting the wrong war. Okay, all right. We got, he sends in another $5. Appreciate your support, David. He says, all sorts of cultural battles happening at the same time is very confusing to people. This is true. It can definitely be confusing. And people and groups have to strategically pick their battles. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, when a lot of things is playing at once, it's, it's a little hard for the average person to really follow along. All right, let's get back to this clip. Yo, boy, Lame, I see you backstage. I also see Cuddy, yo, backstage as well. I'm not sure, Cuddy, yo, if you wanted to debate about something, you can come on up. Yo, boy, Lame, I looked at your private chat. Yo, boy, Lame, you listen, I ain't got time for the jokes, man. I'll bring you up if you serious, man. All right, let's get back into the stream.
Was literally called Pimps and Hoes in Vegas. I don't know if you want to pull it up or not.
Human trafficking.
They was, yeah. No, they would put the biggest clubs with 20,000 people show up, and LA had a nightclub called Club Naked. You know, you had all these different places to go to, and friends that you had that would do different things. And then one day I'm like, I got to recreate myself, and I'm going to the next level.
I totally understand your point. Nick Fuentes says a lot of things I agree with. I don't agree with everything he says. I've seen clips of him say things, and I found them very funny. I had never met him before. Collab's blown up online. He's doing things. I've seen some clips. I'd never met him before. I got to Miami for the first time in a long time. They said, guys, let's meet up. We met up. Sneako came along. We went out. They played a song. For me, I understand what you're saying. Like, I need to reinvent myself, and I have all these charges.
If you choose to, you don't have to.
Of course, but I have all these charges, and I have the potential to have a brand new image, and I'm one of the best, most well-known people on the planet. If I meet somebody for the first time, or I meet people and hang out with them for 6 or 7 hours, and the entire thing is filmed, and 30 seconds blows up, I understand, and I'm really not trying to just pass blame, and I'm not trying to make excuses. But truthfully, I don't see what I should have done differently besides say, oh, I've never met you before, you haven't been vetted, I'm never going to meet anybody ever. Or sit in a car and say, sorry guys, because I'm in this car, we must cut off the Bluetooth. Let me take everybody's phone from them. Like, it is what it is. I understand how these things get attached to my name. It's very inconvenient for me. I have Jewish business partners. I have tech teams in Israel. I have things going on, and I get a mess from this crap too. I can argue that I was set up. I can argue that Sneako wasn't thinking. I can argue that they were just trying to chase clicks. I could argue it was malicious or not malicious. But truthfully, from the bottom of my heart, truthfully, I'm not here to beg sorry from anybody. I was in a van, and I was in a club. That club also played songs about beating the shit out of women and shooting fucking black people. I didn't put any of the songs on. I'm not the DJ. And I think, actually, truthfully, and we have to analyze this from an outside perspective, I'm not saying this as me. I'm saying this from a complete outsider. Everybody understands the scenario I just explained. Everybody's been in a car with people they don't know when someone else has the Bluetooth. Everybody has. So everybody can sit and say, well, if he's getting such a hard time over this, obviously, some of the conspiracy theories must be true. Like, what did I do here? If the Jewish community want to come to me and say, Andrew, we're going to drive you out of Miami or put a bullet in your head, I'll say, well, then do it, because I just sat in a car. I'm really not going to sit here and beg sorry for sitting in a car. I sat in a car. And perhaps, yes, I should be more careful with the company I keep, correct. I'd never met half of these people ever before. They're some of the most famous people in the world. If you go and meet some of the most well-known people on the planet, and one of them sniffs coke, is it your fault? Are you going to sit and say, I met an actor, he's really famous, he's one of the biggest guys in the world, and he got photographed sniffing coke, and because you're relevant, they say, Patrick Bet-David caught up in drug scandal. What are you supposed to do?
Yeah, and one of the reasons why Andrew Tate continues to explain himself and give many different examples on, like, listen, man, you're trying to push blame on me. I didn't play the song. I was just there. Because they want him to still, well, at least Adam does. He wants to shame Myron and, the other people that was in the car or in the club with him at that time, which, Tate just doesn't seem to do. And shouts out to him, because that's just silly to throw, your homies under the bus or throw anyone under the bus that you were with that night. I don't think that's manly to do. Now, especially since it's just a song or something like that, right? But so this is why he's explaining himself again. Hopefully it moves on from this. Like, come on, bro, we don't care. Like, move on from it.
What's to do? Grab the men by their throat when they grab a phone to put on a Bluetooth? Like,
yeah, like they're looking for Tate to like reprimand them and like, bro, Tate. Well, at least Adam is like, oh, Tate, you should have never let them do this. Like, you're the man of the group. You could have stopped them from playing the song in a club. You could have, when the song came on, you could have went to the DJ yourself and requested it to be turned off. You could have stood up for us, Tate. You could have stood up for the small hets and we would have been okay. You could have stood up for the juice. But, at the end of the day, that's just stupid. That's a stupid position to come from. Dumb position to come from, especially a silly that Adam. That's his gripe with all of this.
I totally understand some people are offended by it. I get it. And perhaps maybe I'm just numb. Perhaps I've been through so much shit in my life that my brain's just numb. Perhaps. But if you were to put on a song, any song, saying I hate half black loudmouths, I wouldn't give a fuck.
I put you on the cover.
But that's the truth. So I'm sorry to.
Yeah, and it's like, and I bring up the perfect example when I had the guy up. You know, with I think it was Gucci or one of I do believe it was Gucci. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but in their ad, they had someone wear blackface, and then the black community was like, oh, well, they're wearing blackface. Let's cancel them. Let's not purchase their product and stuff like that anymore. If a white person was wearing blackface, would I be like, oh, they're racist? Oh, you're against me? I mean, if a white person was wearing Gucci because Gucci was in that ad, they supported blackface, I guess, would black people be mad at the white person for wearing Gucci and think that they're racist? No. So it's like if Tate was in the club and a song came on and you happen to believe that song was racist against your community, it's kind of like, I don't know why you thinking like, Tate is anti-Semitic or he's racist or anything like that. And especially from Adam's worldview, because Adam says that, well, you're not racist if you're racist against everyone. Stupid.
Anybody who is offended. I'm sorry to anybody who's offended. If I had played the song myself and danced around to it, sure. I was in a car.
Can I?
That's my answer.
Can I, dude? I don't want an apology. Nobody. I don't even think you should
I don't think
apologize.
this is a no.
Yeah.
I don't think this is a podcast to bring you on to apologize.
Not at all.
And by the way, he calls me. You and I are talking. I checked on. I didn't even know you're coming in town. When I message, I'm like, "How you doing?" I said, "I'm just," because I was messaging the other. Yeah. There's a couple places we communicate with. One of them, you didn't respond back. I said, "Is he good?" So then I messaged Matt.
Yeah.
And then I messaged back. It's like, "No, it's this one." And so I messaged it, checking to see how you're doing, and you're like, "Hey, I'm in town.
Yeah.
You're in town. I'm in town." And then obviously our guys are telling me this. No, for me, I look at everybody as a product of what is next for them. What is the next thing they need to do? What is the next thing they ought to consider doing as a iOS, 14.0 for Tate? What is that for Tate? What is Tate 15.0? And you look at a lot of people in the marketplace that way.
Totally understand.
So I think about it from that standpoint.
This hurts political ambitions for very little gain. Totally understand. It's just whether I could have stopped this or seen this coming. That's the question. I'm not glad this happened. Yeah. The question is, could I have stopped it? Well, no, because I didn't even know they were doing it. What I could do is when they put it on the car is leave the car.
I think you could have stopped it. I think you could have stopped it.
How?
I think you could easily stopped it.
How?
First of all,
play the clip of when it comes on the car and I leave the car. What else am I supposed to do?
Let me tell you what I'll tell you what I would do.
Well, time out. Like, why would you want to stop it? You thinking he should have stopped it? If I was Tate, I would have been like, well, why would I want to stop it? You think that I should have, but why would I want to? Like, you can say like, bro, it's hip hop music. Hip hop music talks about many crazy things. It's hip hop music, right? It's Kanye. He says many crazy things. It's just like, oh, another Kanye song, right? So it's like, it ain't really that serious if you think about it, right? So even if you make the comparison of like, there's a song talking about Jim Crow or white hats or KKK, it's like, oh, another crazy hip hop song. Like, okay, listen, there's a popular song right now that goes against all types of people. He makes songs about bald people, short people, tall people, fat people. This individual makes songs that very talented artist, but he makes songs about many different people. And there's many different songs about many different communities and all that too. Like, bro, it's a song, right? It's a song. Like, come on now.
For instance, you guys go out. Do you think if you invite...
Like, if that song is against your values and your beliefs, then, well, are you against... I'm sure you're against like doing drugs, like hardcore drugs. I'm sure you're against like your daughter stripping on a pole and stuff like that. Like that could be against your values, but you're not against those songs when you hear them in a club. And it's that's the comparison, right? The comparison isn't comparing like, the atrocities that happened during World War II and that battle with the Nazis and stuff like that. The comparison is that there's things that goes against your values and you listen to those songs. And you make no complaints, but with this particular song, there's complaints about it. Well, complain about all the other songs that goes against your values too. Now that's a different argument I'm making now, right? That's that argument, right? So when the other people was coming in for open panel debate night, my argument was different. I was speaking about the power. But if anyone disagrees with what I just said now we can come up and debate that because that's my position. But the position is simply about the values. If it goes against the values of the song, then ban all of these songs, right? Ban them all.
Invite me, I'm coming out.
If I invite you, will you come out?
Do you think if you guys go to a nightclub and the two of you guys invite me, am I coming out?
You probably not.
Why would I not come out?
Because I guess you don't enjoy going to nightclubs.
But no, why do you think I wouldn't come out? If you invite me to dinner and we're just hanging out, I stayed at your place in Romania till I don't know what time we were there having a conversation.
Oh,
it was incredible conversation, right?
Of course, nightclubs are absolute bullshit.
But think about this for a second. So if you were to invite me to go to a certain places, in your mind, you'd probably say, there's no way Pat's going to come out to this, but let's go to dinner with him. Sure. No problem. So I control where I go to, and I determine my standards of what to do. If he says to me, Pat, let's go out, I'm going to bring 10 girls out. Yeah, he's not even going to invite me because he knows I'm not going to go. Yeah. So you're going to invite me for what? By the way, if I'm going to places that I have my kids with me and I'm doing certain things with family, I'm not inviting this guy out. Because he may come out and, say certain things. I got a couple boys, I'm trying to raise them in a certain way. I may be like, nah, you're going to cause a little too much mayhem. And I have certain standards. To me, I watch all these guys, and here's what I like. I had Nick Fuentes on the podcast. I cannot believe you did this. I had Netanyahu. I was the only podcast that we had Netanyahu and Nick Fuentes on within 30 days.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Okay, and by the way, when we had Nick on, Shapiro canceled.
Yeah.
Literally a week later, he canceled. He was supposed to be on the podcast 2 weeks later. And we knew when this was going to happen. I told the team. The only thing for me is I get to choose the standards of where I go out to. Like here, guess what? This is our club. There is no phones here. I don't like phones here. We talked about it this morning. Some people are here to watch this. There are no phones. It's my standard. So that's the part when I watch you. Like yesterday, I'm at the Miami game with, Indiana. What a freaking game it was. I take Dylan out.
I'm dealing with some PTSD.
But let me tell you why. You ready? Let me tell you why. And I'm going to paint a picture for you.
Yes, sir.
And I think it's going to make sense to him. They're singing the national anthem. And then all of a sudden, they cut out to Trump. The place loses their mind, is what it does. Okay? And then comes back out. And then 20 minutes later, they show a video with Obama. The entire place boos. I don't know if you heard. Oh, it was the worst boos I saw in my life when Obama came up. They're going to play this somewhere. Okay? But then there was one part where they showed Trump on the big screen. And guess who's sitting right next to him? Dana White. And Dana goes like this. He's got a Miami Hurricanes shirt on. You belong in that room.
Yeah.
Okay? That's where you belong. To me, when I watch you with the way you communicate, it's going this way. That's the part. And I watch these guys. I was one of them. Even when I had Nick on, I'm like, listen, he was 18 years old when he said some of this stuff. You got to be held accountable for it, but we have to give a chance for people to recreate themselves. It comes to us. It comes to what, Tate's decision is what to do next. And I know, I'm not here to say what you said about Israel, all this other stuff, because you didn't.
I totally understand the point you're making. Totally. Myron's an amazing friend of mine. Doesn't mean I agree with everything he says and does, but he's an amazing friend of mine. He's rode for me when I got in a lot of trouble. I've known him for a very long time. The other two I had never met before. Nick, I believe, had never been to a club before.
Yeah.
If you watch the entire stream, it's a long conversation about me saying, I don't want to go to a club. But Nick's never been to a club before. Yeah. It's Nick's first ever...
literally never been to a club.
Nick's first ever time. Yeah. It's Nick's first ever time in a club. You have to come.
That's true.
I saw it in his face.
So I was like, I don't want to come. And then I ended up going. Yeah. And clearly it wasn't worth it. But here I am.
Yeah.
So, it's an unfortunate circumstance. I truthfully hope everybody who's offended by it can move past it and understand that no one's out here trying to round anyone up and shoot them in the head. I believe, if you ask me why, I think that there's some streamers who are so obsessed with getting clicks that they don't think ahead. And that's why they did it. And that's why I left.
So I'm with Pat on this, and I'll explain why.
Sure.
Because we had dinner 6 months ago.
Yep.
Yeah, he's gonna try to look for an apology from him again. Oh, please shame your friends. Please give me an apology. Adam is he's a funny guy. Let me go ahead and we're going to continue with this, but let me go ahead and share with you, some of the reactions on social media to what transpired with Tate, Myron, Fuentes, Sneako, Jay Waller, all of the guys getting together, going to the club and playing that Kanye song. So here's some reactions from some people on IG. Let's go to this one first. Someone sent me this. Let's see.
Allowing these men to lead my generation astray. Nick Fuentes, Andrew Tate, and the rest of them are incels, Muslims, and sexually immoral degenerates, none of them married, that are the supposed thought leaders of our generation, and I will not have it any longer. I understand why so many of us resonate with them, because for every mile of road, there's 2 miles of ditch. On one side of the true road is the ditch of liberalism, and we know why that's wrong. I'm not even going to get into it. But this other ditch is...
Okay, so he says on one side of the ditch is the ditch of liberalism, so we can take from that maybe he's a conservative or maybe he's, in the center, but what we can take from it that at least we know that he is against the liberals.
Is closer to the truth. It's enticing to young men because it offers them purpose, pleasure, and community, which we all desire. But what Tate, Fuentes, and the rest of them get wrong is that the solution isn't serving self. It isn't talking about the evil out there without doing.
Okay, so then he says that, and I got to stop this because I'm trying to break it down to you guys as well. It's first time watching it, so I'm listening to it and responding to it. But then he says, well, Tate and them, that's another ditch that they're in. So the liberals are in one ditch, but then you got Myron, Tate, and all of these guys. They're in another ditch. But at least that this ditch that they're in is a little bit more closer to the truth, so it's enticing to the youth. It's enticing to get people to listen. And now let's see where else he goes with it.
Doing anything about the evil in yourself. It isn't hedonism, sex, money, status. All of that leads to death and destruction. These guys don't get it. This guy certainly doesn't get it. Only this one does. It is only when you submit to Jesus Christ.
Okay, I can agree with that as far as, submitting to Jesus Christ. I'm a Christian. I would say, yes, that's good as well. Can we say that, Tate, Myron, and all of them have a bit of degeneracy within the message? Tate has a different religion, right? He's Muslim. So we can say that, he believes in, multiple wives and all of these other things. You're a Christian. So obviously it's going to be degenerate from the Christian perspective, right? But from his perspective, it isn't degenerate. But then as far as the rest of their message, is it all degenerate? They speak a lot about male self-improvement, that you need to get in the gym, try to make a lot of money, have children, build a family. All of them speak about having a family and that the nuclear family is important. So they're not against those values and things like that. I would say that, do any of them even drink? I don't think any of them drink. Do they smoke? Maybe a few of them maybe smoke some cigars and stuff like that. So yeah, that will maybe be against my values, of course, but maybe against his values of what he's speaking about. But okay, he says Jesus Christ. Okay, for sure, I can get down with that. Let's see what else he says.
When you become a man worthy of a wife, when you lead your family and you stand firm against darkness with biblical truth, and we can take back this country.
Okay, well, we got to stop. He says that you follow Jesus Christ, and when you become a man worthy of having a wife. So here's the part where he's naive about. He's only speaking about the man, that the man should become worthy of having a wife. This is why he probably doesn't, the Tate, the Myron, the message doesn't resonate with him because, that is true. Like, they speak about becoming a man that's worthy. They speak about, listen, man, if you want to find a good woman, the probability increases when you become a better man. When you become a man of value, you become more attractive. Since you become more attractive, you have more options. Since you have more options, obviously you have more options of the bad ones, but the chances increase of you having an option of getting a good one as well, because you just have more options. And that's what the message is about on their end. But what he doesn't tend to understand is that was not just about becoming a man that's worthy of having a wife if there aren't any women that's worthy of having a husband, right? And that's what we speak about over here, right? We tell men to build themselves up too. Build yourself up, become the best version of yourself. As far as over here, Jesus is the way. But like, we also speak about the truth, right? And the reality of the world that we live in modernity, where these women think that they're equal to a man. They think that they can do battle by themselves. And you know what? A lot of them are feminists and they're not going to submit to you. So a lot of these women, one, they're not worthy of a husband. A lot of these women, bro, they're not like, think about it. You got to build yourself up as a man. And most men, you're not getting a virgin, right? You're getting a woman with kids. You're getting a woman that's been ran through in the streets. Hopefully she finds Jesus Christ afterwards. Like you get in some used up stuff, right? Because like, you know, there's no burden of performance on women. So their only job is to preserve their sexual value for the best man that they can get. But they fail at that. They fail at preserving their own value. But men, we have to create and build our value to even be attractive to women. So it's much harder for a man to find a woman than it is for a woman. Like you got one job. Just preserve your value. Keep your chastity, right? Don't be a whore. Know your place, follow a man. But most of them don't believe in that. They've been indoctrinated by feminism. So yes, I would agree and say, okay, yeah, you should become a man that's worthy of being a husband. You know, a man that's worthy of finding a wife. But these women need to be worthy of finding a husband and having a husband. But a lot of these women aren't. And you can tell that he may listen to this stuff. He seems like a young man, but he doesn't fully understand what we're saying. He doesn't fully understand the situation in modernity with these modern day women that they not traditional, but they want a traditional man. Nothing about them is traditional at all, but they want everything that encompasses a traditional man, a leader, a protector, a man that pays the bulk of the bills. They want all of these things within a man, but they want to still have a hot girl summer, hang out with their friends and just be degenerates. But the man has to fully build his value, and women have no burden of performance at all. They just are, and they can't even freaking preserve their value. So yeah, for the most part, maybe I agreed with his message a little bit, but overall, from what he just said at the end, I can tell that he's naive.
These men are wolves in sheep's clothing. Stay away.
Yeah. So, yeah, you're just young. You don't get it. You're a dork. You're young. You don't get it. You're a dork. You don't understand. Like, biblically speaking, if you are a Christian, the guy that we just reacted to the video, like we just reacted to his video, he says that he's a Christian, that Jesus is the way. Well, does Jesus want you taking a woman that isn't worthy of being a wife? No, doesn't want that either, right? So the message that, Tate and Myron and these guys are saying is right as far as men need to build themselves up. And then the other part of the message that they speak about, they give descriptive truths about modern day women, how a lot of these chicks are unworthy, how a lot of these chicks will listen. They say they want loyalty. They don't really want loyalty at all, because they can find loyalty. They can find this virtuous man that won't cheat on them, that won't do anything, that'll give them the life. But guess what? They don't want him because he's 5'4". You know what? They don't want him because he works at Chipotle. You know what? They don't want him because maybe he is socially awkward. So these women say that they want a good man, but there's many good men out there that won't cheat on them, that won't even look another girl in the eye, right? They'll worship the floor that they walk on. And these chicks disqualify those men. So, and that's what he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand the nature of women, right? So, we got some people that just came up. Let's see who we got. No, really no one else came up. All right, let's go ahead and get in. Oh, Kevin came back. Okay, let's see what Kevin has. Also, Steven is up here as well. Let's see what Steven has. I guess we'll bring both of them up. So yeah, let's do that now, and then I'll get into another clip. Make it clean and concise, guys. Kevin, I brought you up already, but Cuddy Yo is back here too. Let's bring up Cuddy Yo first. What's going on, man? Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. I see that you wrote in a private chat that you did have something that you want to debate about, but I didn't see it all. So let me know what you want to debate about, man.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you good. Yep.
Cool. Your take on free will is based off the ability to choose, if I'm correct.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's the ability to choose, and that God doesn't choose. God doesn't choose our actions for us. Like God doesn't control our actions for us. Yes.
He doesn't control your actions. Okay. All right. Yeah, I could actually debate that for just for good practice.
Okay, so you don't believe in free will?
Sorry for that. Yeah. Oh, hold 1 second. Sorry about that, bro. People I don't want them to be.
I see you in the chat, Tim M. Shout outs to you. Hey, Cuddy, yo, you're it's breaking up a little bit.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, cool.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay. Like I'll go on the opposing side, saying that humans don't have the ability of free will. They a being that serves a higher power. Right.
Hey, Cuddy, you're like
how could you have
your audio is cutting in and out, and it's lagging too. How about you go out and try coming back in? Because it's lagging. Like you're speaking, and I'm hearing you late. So just go out and come back in. I'll bring you up. We can speak about free will, no doubt. Let me see here. I see you, Tiger. Can you please not do another free will debate? I see you, Tiger. Let me bring up Kevin real quick. Welcome to the Fugazee podcast. What's going on, Kev?
Hi, how's it going?
You were just up here. So what do you want to debate about, man?
So I had a few things that you mentioned, and I wrote them down just because I wanted to make sure we were clearly arguing the same thing.
Sure.
So the first thing that I wrote down was you said that if, essentially, you can correct me if I'm wrong, you said if you're against the values in one song, you should be equally upset about all songs that are against your values. Would you say, did I steel man you there?
Not equally. I'm saying, like, if you're against values, like, so if you're against certain values in a song, then why aren't you against other values that you're against in other songs? Okay. So if there's a song, so I'll just give an example so you fully understand, right? So if there's a song that, let's say that song, the HH song by Kanye West, that song, let's say you're a small head, well, that would be against, your values. Like that person in history was totally against all of your values. They were trying to destroy you, right? And then let's say that there's another song, because there are songs that we can find like this, and let's say it's against other values that you have. It's against I pop a Molly, I put it in her drink. This is talking about grape. I think Rick Ross had a song like this, right? And this is like grape. This would be against your values. Like, let's say if that song played as well, and the Kanye song played the HH song, I would say that, well, why aren't you? The question would be, well, why aren't you against both of those songs? Meaning people pick and choose to be against certain songs, which is okay. It's like, okay, be against whatever you want. But people pick and choose to be against those songs, and they can only enforce it because they do have power, like if they own something. So that's the other part of the argument that we were speaking about before.
Yeah. Well, wouldn't you say that maybe I could be, or want, like, a group could be upset about another song, but because another song has worse content, that is going to be the one that they bring the energy to actually go against?
Yeah, for sure. I would say that's why I bring up the Rick Ross song because it's about grape, right? So if a song is about grape, and basically you saying like, oh, I'm the real Bill Cosby, I put it in a drink, stuff like that, right? So that's a comparison of that. I think grape is against most people values, and then also mass murder is against most people values as well. I wouldn't say that it would be equal. Still wouldn't be equal because maybe in the song that Rick Ross was talking about, he would just mention one girl. But in the song that maybe Kanye is talking about, he's mentioning millions of people. So it still wouldn't be equal, but it still would be against your values.
Okay, but in the way that you exercise that, I don't think that necessarily you don't have to be upset with necessarily the other song in the same way, and the way that you exercise that. Are we in agreement there at least?
Well, no, you don't have to. No, I wouldn't say that you have to. This is a question. The question was, why aren't you? Right? Not that you have to, but I posed the question like, well, why aren't you? That's curious. Like, why aren't you? Because like, let's say if I own something, because the reason why I posed the question, because let's say if I owned a club and these things are, a certain song is against my values, right? And actually, I would actually say that it would make a lot of sense with this one, right? This is a good one for you. So if a song is against my values and is speaking about, let's say, grape, right? And then another song is speaking about LGBTQ plus, both of those against my values. I'll go ahead and ban both of the songs from the club. Yeah, that's what I would do. So that's how I would treat it if I owned a club. But let's say if it's, now let's do something lesser, right? Let's say if this is a song that is about grape, I'll ban that one. But let's say if this other song, very popular, just as popular as the other song, let's say, but it spoke about, let's say, drinking alcohol, and I don't drink, that's against my values, that song will be straight.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I can see me passing that song along, well, at least not holding it up to the same degree as the other songs. So yes.
Okay. All right, so I don't think we disagree with much there. Another thing that I wrote down was you said that Tate and Myron and Sneako, these guys don't really have much degeneracy in their actions and values. Would you agree with that statement?
Well, I didn't say that in itself. I said that there's many things that I disagree with them on. But as far as the message itself, the overall message, like once again, Tate is a Muslim, so he's against my values. I don't believe in what he believes in. But overall, like the message, what I hear a lot of them speak about is male self-improvement, how they need to, become a better version of themselves. They also speak about male and female intersexual dynamics. They give the reality and the truth about modern day women, what types of women to look out for, and, things like that, which I think that young men need to know about, and young men need to know about male self-improvement. But there's many things that we can find that I would be against their values. We would have different views.
Like degenerate, like, wouldn't you say that like some of the things like Tate having that cam model agency, wouldn't that be like an example?
Bro,
of
no, let's just speak about Muslim, bro. I'm a Christian, so no, the Muslim, they believe
Muslims
in.
are against that too. It's not like a Muslim view to be able to have a sex cam company.
Yeah, we could just, if you want to make an argument about that, we can just say I'm a Christian, he's a Muslim, so obviously under that belief you can sleep with your cousin, right? You can marry your cousin. Incest in my worldview, I think that's degenerate, right?
Okay.
So against that.
Okay, but then even with like Myron, for example, when he like preaches about getting a vasectomy, that's not really family values. That's also like another.
I never heard that before. I never heard it before. But if a man ever said, you should get a vasectomy, I wouldn't be for that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. And so for the last thing, you were speaking about, because that guy was talking about like being a man that's worthy of a wife. I believe personally that as men, we have to be the ones to be worthy and lead women onto the righteous path. Do you believe what you were saying about the women in terms of them being kind of used up, these kind of things? Do you believe that's like a general principle with like modern day women, or would you say that's like a minority?
No, I would say that in the West, in America, I would say there's many women, even if they aren't on OnlyFans or strippers and things like that. Generally, I would say most women in America and in the West have been indoctrinated via feminism, where they think that things should be equal between her and her husband.
Okay. And would you say again, is that
That
like more of
isn't
a general
worthy.
thing?
So meaning, well, that would be, yeah. So that woman wouldn't be worthy of being a wife if she thinks that she's equal to me.
Okay.
She wouldn't be worthy of being my wife. And I wouldn't
I
recommend that
understand
woman to my son or anything else. So yeah, that's what I mean. So what I'm saying is the guy in his message, he says that, well, men, he only spoke about men, right? In the video, he spoke about a bunch of men in the video. And then at the end, he was speaking in general about men and said, well, men need to be worthy of having a wife. Well, yeah, we know that. And those men actually speak about that. But also, what those men do speak about that you didn't mention, which is very important, that there's women that don't understand that they have to be worthy of being of having a husband.
Okay. And I agree with that as well. But would you say that as men, we should take that lead in terms of being better, and that is what's going to be able to bring about better women that we have these relationships with?
Yeah, but there's a difference. So say if you are in a dating market and you're dating, right? And the woman that you are speaking to, if they're unworthy, would you rather choose a woman that you would have to educate and what is the word? Uninfluence the feminism out of her? Like take the feminine mind out of her? Or would you rather choose the woman that she already knows her role? She's traditional, she's Christian, and she's with all of it. And she's a woman of value. Which woman would you choose?
Definitely the woman that has the values already.
Yeah, and the point is that there's many women, I would say generally most women don't have those values in them, is because in society, men have always been taught how to treat a lady. Open up the door for her, be nice to her, be kind, court her, don't rape her, court her. Don't rape her, even though we're strong enough and we can do it, but we don't do it because we're benevolent. Don't rape her, court her, open the door, be nice. But women have never been taught how to treat a man. So this is why most women have been indoctrinated by feminism, because this is not what's taught in society. So yes, it is true that men need to be worthy of having a wife, and also, but women do need to be worthy of having a husband. So that's my point. Do you disagree?
Absolutely. No, so I guess essentially, and you can disagree with me, I think that as men, we take the charge there. Like, instead of thinking about what women should be doing, and if we are better as men, I think it makes women better off just in general. Especially because I don't believe that generally most women are like that, at least in the experiences that I've had. I've lived in 2 different states now. When I've gone out and I speak with women, it seems like a lot of women do understand what it takes to have a good man and how to treat them. It's just
so
that
you're saying,
there are not many.
So then what do you do about hypergamy then?
So again, I believe that if you are a good enough, high value man, women aren't going to necessarily partake in hypergamy the same way that they are now. Like,
wait, that's what you think?
Genuinely, yes.
Are all men even capable of becoming like, and what do you mean by good? Because that's vague.
It is very vague. I mean, in the sense of like, if you're an honest man with integrity, you work hard to maintain your body, your mind, and you also have a good job that is able to provide. And it doesn't have to be a lot to provide. I provide for my fiance, and I'm not even at the 6-figure mark yet. If you are able to do these things, then that is what I mean by good.
Okay. This chat, yo, Wick Kid, chill. Y'all funny, man. It's funny. Kevin looks like he wants to get Cooley a lower interest rate. I can't see things, bro, because then I'm gonna laugh. I had to bring it up.
Don't worry, no, that is funny.
I couldn't even think. I lost my train of thought when I seen that. That's what happens when you read the chat. Okay, let's get back on track here. Wick Kid, come on, man. You messing up the debate, man. So essentially what you're saying here is, you know what? Repeat back the last 30 seconds. No, he done messed me up. Let me move the chat. Oh, man. Go ahead.
I was just saying essentially, like, what I mean by good with men is that we are men with integrity. We have good character. We take care of our mind and body, and we are able to provide for a woman. If generally we are like this as men, then generally women are not going to partake in hypergamy in the same way that we see now.
Yeah, no, you don't understand hypergamy and how it works in modernity. So hypergamy just means that women would prefer to date a man that's either that's on her level, but in most cases, like if she had the choice, above her level. So since women are in a workforce and they're making just as much money as men are making, they're seeking out higher education. It's 60% of women in college and getting degrees, and only about 40% of men getting degrees. So these women are graduating college, they have degrees, they're getting jobs, they're making just as much money, and some is even making more than the men that they're meeting, right? So what I'm saying is, if it's the case that men are, and I agree with the message, I want men to be good, and the values that you said and the meaning of good, that is all good. Taking care of your family, not being a degenerate, being a protector, being a provider, all of these things are good. The truth is, though, man, women come across these kind of men all the time, but they don't want those men. They disqualify those men. They chase after the Chads that have a blue check mark, that has, thousands, hundreds of thousands of followers on Instagram, that has some status, or the guy that's driving a nice car. They all are going after a very small percentage of men. And statistically speaking, if you look at dating apps like OkCupid and Tinder, which I was actually sponsored by one time before too. It's funny. But anyways, when you look at these dating apps, it shows that women are going after only swiping right on about 5% of men, but men are swiping right on about 75 to 80% of women. Get what I'm saying? So these women are hypergamous. So yeah, men can be good men. I do think that there are many good men out there, but women aren't attracted to just a good man because they are hypergamous, right? So if it's the case that these women are hypergamous and you're unaware of this as a young man, well, yeah, still go ahead and become the best version of yourself so that you're worthy of having a wife. But these women aren't even worthy of having a husband. And not only that, the ones that maybe are, they're still hypergamous. So they disqualify the guys that they should be dating. Make sense?
I see what you're saying. I do disagree in the fact that I don't think that is the general state of where women are. I recently moved over to Kentucky. I've seen the nightlife over in Connecticut. I've seen the nightlife wherever I'm over at here. And when it comes to the dating apps, it's not a very good way to measure these kind of things, because dating apps, they're like the TikTok of dating. It's not really very substantive. You're not going to get a lot of fulfilling relationships from dating apps, especially because, just like a general supply and demand principle, most men, when they go onto a dating app, they're looking to get laid. But women, a lot of the times on there, are not necessarily looking for relationships, but they're not necessarily just looking to get laid with anybody who will have sex with them. The standards there are very different. So the statistics are going to be skewed very differently because of that different supply and demand between them both.
No, what I'm saying is that it's skewed like that overall, because generally speaking, men, even when they're going out to the club and stuff, generally speaking, the first thing that men are looking at is to get laid. We don't live in a Christian society. We live in a secular society. Most people are not religious at all, right? So we don't religion, the Christian religion has no power on shaming people for their bad behaviors. So therefore, there's no shame. There's nothing to curve a man's mind. Like, you know what? Maybe it's not right for me to be having these sexual thoughts with this woman on this first date. No, there's none of that. Most men is thinking about smashing on a first date. That's just what it is. So if men are thinking about smashing on a first date, and these women are thinking about, well, let me get the best man that I can get to go out on a date with, this is why the dating market is skewed. So men know what they need to do. You know what's telling here is because men feel the negative consequences of their inadequacies. I repeat, men feel the negative consequences of their inadequacies, meaning if a man isn't competent and accomplished, to a degree, he's going to not get as much chicks. So let's say if a man is in his mom's basement eating cereal, not really motivated to really become something, he's not going to get no access to women. But women, there's no burden of performance. There's no consequences for their negative actions. So therefore, the woman can be fat, obese, post some thirst traps, and she'll still get male attention. Now, the thing is, she may not get male attention of guys that's going to take her serious, but within that, group of men that's giving her attention, there's still going to be some that's going to take her serious, but most of them aren't. But at least she still has options, and there's still hope for her to get a guy that may take her serious, but she just disqualifies those guys that's not going to take her serious. And she qualifies the guys that's not going to take her serious, because those guys maybe have some status and maybe it's a dry Saturday night, so they invite her over, they max her out. But the guys that will take her serious, she don't even look their way. She doesn't even reply back to their DM. So the dating market is all skewed. It's all messed up.
Well, it's skewed in the way that you're saying, but again, I think it's the disagreement that I have here is that men are also the same way, right? Like the son of Bill Gates is not going to be hooking up with some hillbilly girl because maybe he hooks up, but is he gonna marry that lady? Definitely not. When it comes
look, stop it right there. Look what you just said. That's the point I'm proving. The son of Bill Gates is going to hook up with that hillbilly girl. He's not going to wife her, but he'll hook up with her. And that's the son of Bill Gates. So this hillbilly chick just had access to a top tier guy, a man that was born into wealth, and she didn't have to work for it. So therefore, when she gets with Bill Gates' son and Bill Gates' son maxes her out and sends her back to Kentucky, now in her mind, because women always conflate sexual value with relationship value. Therefore, even though she didn't get a relationship from Bill Gates' son, she only got sex, but she'll think that that's the value. That's the type of guy that should be giving her a relationship. So therefore, when she's dating, she's going to date guys that's only qualified that's on Bill Gates level, or maybe a little bit beneath Bill Gates, because Bill Gates' son level is a huge high level. But she's not going to be dating the guy next door that's driving a Toyota. She's not going to give him a chance. And that's hypergamy.
Until a certain point, right? Because eventually you're going to get old enough where maybe you don't have the same sexual market value. And because of that, you are going to have to settle with the dude that works at Chipotle or works at the IHOP or works on that. And so if we as men, these women, like, I don't, maybe you're not in a dating market. I do a dating show. These women, they'll die before they settle. They don't want to settle. Like, I do a podcast with all of these women. Settling for them is basically death. So they're like, well, I'll just continue to hook up with guys and maybe keep putting my bid out there in hopes that I'll find the guy that I want to date me. I have these 40-year-old, 50-year-old women on my show. They got cats and dogs at their crib. Some of them got multiple kids and are a single mom. Some of them have no kids, just with some cats and dogs. And trust me, they do not want to settle. They are still very picky. They are still operating within their hypergamous nature, because in this society they're afforded to do so. The woman's hypergamous nature needs to be put in check. So if us as men are going to put men's polygamous nature in check, meaning say, listen, man, go out there, become something of yourself. Don't be sleeping with all these men. Don't be sleeping with all these women. Therefore, we need to put women's hypergamous nature in check. So yes, men need to become worthy of having a wife, but women also really, really, really need to become worthy of having a husband. And that's my argument. You're not refuting my argument. You're making demonstrations that's actually proving my argument. So I would just say that where my stance is that if men are generally better, right, in that sense of the stuff that I was saying, making something of yourself, being successful, being ready to be worthy of a wife, you will find that there are more women striving to be worthy of that husband. And I am just of the opinion that generally right now, where we are as men, we're nowhere near that.
But listen, what I'm telling you is, but from under your definition of a good man, most men fit that. And most men are not getting relationships. Most men fit your definition of a good man, bro. Like,
I don't generally agree.
Okay, so let's just go through your definition of a good man again. Give it to me again. I'll write it down.
Yeah, no worries. A man with integrity, a man who takes care of his mind and body, and a man who is able to provide for himself and his family.
Integrity, a man that takes care of his mind and body, and you said a man that's able to provide for himself and family.
Correct.
Okay. So, got it. Now, when you say provide for his family, are you speaking about like 100% pay all the bills? Or 50-50?
I would say so, yeah. I would say so.
Okay, got it. All right, so now that's a little bit different. So you're looking for a man that can pay all, and what amount of money do you think that a man can pay, like, you know, all of his bills generally in America?
For the size of, for a man alone or with a family?
With a family, because obviously if the man is getting with the family, if we're speaking about relationships, not a single man.
So is it, how many children would we say?
Or, you know,
if it's just him and a woman?
It's you know, it's him. Let's say two women, because women need to at least have 2 children so we can get from under replacement level for our population. So let's say 2 children.
Okay. So for 2 children, I would say if you're budgeting correctly, if you're spending things the right way, I'd say probably anywhere between 70 and 80,000 to provide for that family.
Okay, 70 to 80,000. Now you know that in many cities, that they'll be suffering. They'll be like New York is not going to happen. LA, yeah, that's they're going to be living in
But
poverty.
those are like the minority of cities. Like if that was your situation, you should probably move out of that.
Yeah, I know, but and I'll grant it. I'm just going to say there's many cities that won't even, like, that amount of income with a wife and 2 children. Listen, man, you're going to just be making it, right? But anyways, I'll grant it. Let's just say that. This would still be an above average man income wise, because the average income as far as yearly goes is around $45,000 to $50,000 a year. So this would still be an above average man. And do you know, when I do my show, I had over 800 girls on the show. And a lot of them say that they want a 6-figure man. Like the minimum is 6 figures. Right? Yep. Now, it's not to say that these women don't date or sleep with these guys that's making below 6 figures. No, they date and they sleep with those guys. They actually date the guys. Many women on the podcast, they do date guys that made under 6 figures before. But when I ask them who broke up with who, we find out that those women broke up with all of those guys. And then when I asked them, well, why'd you break up with them? It's always about they weren't happy or the male was inadequate, meaning that they wanted more out of the male. And the reason why they want more out of the male and they've deemed that male as being inadequate, meaning that he's average as every other male, right? But they're swiping on Instagram and they're getting all of these dopamine hits, seeing all of these other women with these lavish lifestyles being flown out and on boats and living very well. So therefore, it increases the hypergamous nature. What I'm saying is we need to have some guardrails up on the woman's hypergamous nature. Like if we're going to speak, if a good man is a man with integrity, have a good mind and body, can protect and provide, then I would ask you, then what is a good woman? Is a good woman a woman that indulges in her hypergamous nature, even if she doesn't have a high body count? Well, I don't think that's the case if she's looking for a 1% man and she's going through guys and disqualifying many good men, like you say.
So, I mean, she could be a good woman and still exercising a hypergamous nature, because that could be her way of trying to find a man to settle down with.
And what happens is, what I'm saying, what happens is when she's indulging in, like, if she starts off with a low body count, with her indulging in her hypergamous nature, she's going to end up with a high body count, because those men are hard to come by. So she's going to go through a lot of penises finding that guy. And then also, if she does find that guy, he's just going to disqualify her in most cases anyway and take a woman with a lower body count. So my argument is very simple. Here's the argument, right? I'm not sure if you're understanding. If we know, and you're doing the same thing that the guy did in the clip, if we know what a good man is, and I can agree, a good man is everything that you said, right? Totally fine. But what is truly a good woman? Let's start there. Let me ask you that question. Give me the qualities what a good woman is.
Okay. Just to start off on that, I can say this because my fiance was a virgin until we got together. I don't think body count has anything to do. I appreciate that. I don't think body count has anything to do with whether or not you have a good woman. You can have a woman that has 10 bodies and she's able to take care of the house. She'll be there for you for any sort of emotional state that you could be in, is able to take care of kids, and is generally respectful. I guess
so. You'll date a woman that slept with 200 men?
If she was a good woman, based on those other things, I would.
You would?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, that's not going
why,
to. If she's still loyal,
let me ask you why.
Okay.
Why would you do that?
Because I don't think that it makes any difference within the relationship that I could have with that woman.
And you talked about loyalty. What is the probability? Do you think that the probability would be higher for the woman that has a 200 body count versus the woman that has just 2 men?
Definitely, probability-wise, would be the one with 2 men.
Yeah, so the probability will be higher for the woman to be loyal that only slept with 2 men, which means that body count does matter. You tried to say that, well, body count doesn't matter as far as a woman being good, but we do know that loyalty is good. We want a woman to be loyal, and the higher her body count is, the higher the probability that she will not be loyal.
For sure, but it's not a rigid correlation. Like, it doesn't mean that just because a woman has a high
it's rigid. It's actually statistics on it. I can bring it up for you. It shows that when a woman reaches a body count between 5 or 6, the probability drops down to 20% for her to maintain a long-term relationship. So the more partners women sleep with, is harder for her to pair bond with her man. That's just statistically true.
That is, but there still is those 20%. So 20% of those women are still capable of being good women that are going to be loyal to you, that are respectful, and are able to respect the boundaries of your relationship. I don't think that body count alone is going to be the thing that you can determine that with. If there are women who have low body counts and they're still promiscuous within a relationship.
This is true, but this doesn't refute the argument. I would say that that's a very small minority of women that has. Do you think virgins are promiscuous? Well, no, she's a virgin. She hasn't slept with anyone. She's unpromiscuous. No one touched her. She may go out to a club, but no one hit that at all. So that just isn't true with what you said. But even if we're speaking about a woman that has, let's say 3 bodies, well, okay, she still experienced men, and women like to compare and contrast. That's just what they do. But what makes a good woman? Let's have you answer that.
Okay. So loyal, respectful to the boundaries of the relationship, able to handle her side of the responsibilities within the household. So if she wants to work and she wants to contribute to bills, that can be a thing, and she can still be a good woman. But if not, she has to be able to maintain the house and handle that part of the responsibility.
Okay, so loyal, she respects the boundaries in the relationship, and she's able to handle her responsibilities. That's what makes a good woman. Okay, all right. Now, what do you think is harder to find? Do you think that it's harder for a woman to find a good man, which is mind and body, integrity, a man that can provide? Or do you think it's harder for a man to find a woman that's loyal, respects the boundaries, bro, respects the man's boundaries, and able to handle her boundaries is going to be a hard one. So let's quotations boundaries. What do you think is harder?
I would say it's harder for a woman to find a good man.
Okay, so you would think that it's harder for a woman to find a good man. Now, I would say the complete opposite. And the reason being, I would say that as far as the good man, how you put it, it is going to be a little harder because that's going to be a man that's above average, right? It's going to be above average. So we're kind of playing in a similar field because your version of a good man is above average financially. And then also
that was in the case if they already have 2 children. If you start a relationship with a man and he's just taking care of you and her, that can just be $50,000 as long as you budget correctly. You still have tons of money for dates, tons of money for gifts, as long as everything is budgeted correctly.
Oh, okay. No, that's even perfect. I would agree. I do think that it's easy for a woman to find a good man. But the thing is, since it's easy for a woman to find a good man, this does not refute my argument. This proves the argument because women disqualify those good men, and they're they operate in their hypergamous nature, and they only chase after the first guy that you spoke about. The first guy is the guy that is making $80,000 and up, that can provide for himself. She doesn't have to work. He can take care of it all. And that's the type of guy that they're chasing. And the thing is, that man has options. And in most cases, those men are not choosing. That woman does not qualify for that man, because he's going to exercise those options, because we live in a secular society and there's no religion to shame, men's poor behavior. There's no religion to shame women's poor behavior.
I would argue that the reason that the religions give us those shame is because in the long run, those behaviors screw us over in the long run. So even if they're not religious, for the religions to shame them themselves, the act of being promiscuous, you could catch an STD. You could find it very hard to, you could be lonely. Like, you can have tons of sex and still feel like you're lonely because you don't have something that fulfills you, like a family. And you're right that a lot of those men will exercise their options, but plenty of times they won't as well. Plenty of times men do feel that loneliness and they want to fill that in with something that actually fulfills them. And I feel like that truly comes from building a family.
Most men is only as faithful as their options, man. I'll be honest with you. That's the cold, hard truth. Most men are only as faithful as their options, because it's within a man's nature to want multiple women. The only way, one of the only ways that suppresses the man's nature, where his morality supersedes his nature, is if he is a religious man, a man of virtue. But what I'm saying here, man, in society, currently in America, in the West, Christianity, Islam, these religions, they have no sway, no huge impact on many men. Now, they do have some impact, of course. We do have influence, but we're not influencing most men. We don't have the ability. We don't own these social media companies where we can ban these women posting half-naked pictures. We don't have influence where we can ban these men from subscribing to OnlyFans and watching corn and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? We don't have that influence and that power to do that. So therefore, the degeneracy is going to continue. We can't shame them and we can't ban it. So it's going to continue to happen. So what I'm saying is, one thing that we should be speaking about, since we already speak about over here on this side of the internet, is for men to become better versions of themselves. Is very important, because over on this side of the internet, Manosphere, you got Andrew Wilson, Andrew Tate. We speak about Fresh and Fit, all of these, spaces over here. We speak about male and female intersexual dynamics and how men need to self-improve. And we speak about how descriptively women currently in society most of them don't deserve a good man, because they're not even worthy of a good man, right? But that's just on this little small sector in media. It's on YouTube and maybe on Rumble and a few other platforms. But in mainstream media, every movie that you watch, it's embedded in feminism. They're telling you that, go ahead and chase your career. Don't worry about a man. You focus on that later, girl. Go ahead and get your money up, get an education, and you'll find a man later on. So these modern day women, they're not prioritizing a man. A man and family is not on their mind. That's just not what's there, right? So yes. So if both parties, men, they're focusing on becoming the best version of themselves. So when they're young, we tell them, don't really focus on women so much. Make something of yourself, become established. Then women, they're being indoctrinated to say, well, don't focus on a man. Focus on your education and your career. So both parties, the woman basically became a man. She's doing the same thing men are doing, right? So she's chasing her education. She's in college, getting smashed. She's chasing her career. She's been through like 4 work husbands, getting smashed, ran through. Her body count increased. Now she can't even pair bond afterwards with any man that she has. You get what I'm saying? So the dating marketplace is lopsided. And what it's going to take is we need to speak more about, women need to become worthy of finding a husband. That's what we need to speak more about. We're not going to stop speaking about men, because we're already doing that over here. We're not going to stop saying that men need to become better versions of themselves. That's not stopping. Actually, that will never stop.
So the reason it's just that men practice it less, right? So like rom-coms, for example, you were speaking about movies. Those are not being really watched by men. Those are being watched by women. And what that is finding someone who's a good man. And a lot of it even has problems with it, that no man is perfect. It shows you that like there's going to be things you have to work through. And within that medium, there's a lot of like romanticism for finding the one. So I think that there's also a lot of media that pushes women to want those things. It's just much harder whenever like a lot of the average dude, right? Generally, like you could make money and still be a loser, and they might not want to be with you anyways. Like if you're insecure, if you're fat, there are some women who will.
You're proving my point further.
How so?
You're proving my point further is because it isn't even women attraction triggers are complex. It's not even about making money. You got to become verbally attractive. You got to be charismatic. You got to be charming. You got to look the part. There's so many different things that you have to become as a man for you to get a woman. But
for sure.
What about, you keep speaking about men. Here's the thing. You keep speaking about men. What about women? What about women? So my argument is simply, we know that men need to become better versions of themselves and be worthy of a wife. We know that. I'm going back, like, men know their obligations. What are women obligations? What are women obligated to?
And what I would say there is that whenever you are that man, right? Whenever you are a good man, you are the one that sets the expectations. So, because then
how can you set an expectation and if you're a good man and these chicks, you're still not attracting them? Because you already said that even if you're a good man, these women still may not be attracted to you.
No, I'm saying more so if you just make money. Like if you have low integrity, but you make a lot of money, you're still going to find yourself struggling to find a woman that you want.
Even if, I'll put everything in it. Even if you make $80,000 a year, you have integrity, you're a man of your word, you say what you mean what you say, you are in shape in your body, your mind isn't corrupt, meaning that you're not susceptible to outside influences, you're not smoking and drinking or doing degenerate things, even if that is you. What happens if you're 5'4"?
It might be harder, but you're still gonna find a woman. Like, what happens if you don't meet her requirement of height? What happens if you don't meet her requirement of charisma? Maybe, she likes a man that's into this type of music, or you don't understand, women's social skills where they're not direct. They kind of like the indirect speak. They like a man to be mysterious. Maybe if you're not socially inept to make the woman feel the vibes? You can be the height, the income, everything that you said, but listen, bro, you're a dork, so she's not going to pick you. Well, I mean, tons of dorky women, but also being socially apt.
You went to women. Men don't care about dorky women. Men would take a dorky woman, but would a woman take a dorky man? No, it's different, bro.
No, because again, I mean, being
so generally speaking,
listen,
generally speaking, what you just said didn't make any sense. Generally speaking, men would take a dorky woman. Oh, she's dorky, totally fine. As long as, she can follow my program and do this, totally. Men accept any chick. There's simps out here that will accept a woman that their woman is getting smashed by another man. So it's not the problem isn't the man accepting the woman. The problem is the woman accepting the man. And I'm saying, what are you going to do about hypergamy? We're speaking about hypergamy this entire time, and you haven't demonstrated how a man can overcome that.
So
or you haven't demonstrated what we should place in society that can put some guardrails on women's hypergamy, so they don't have this access to men. Are you for shutting down, limiting social media? Are you for getting rid of OnlyFans? Are you for women maybe not dressing provocatively outside? Like, what are you against to suppress them from getting so much attention so they can enact their hypergamous nature? What are you going to do to suppress women from getting all of this male attention from high value men so then they can act in their hypergamous ways?
So I am against I am for lowering social media, but just for a different reason. I mean, I wouldn't argue that is going to stop the hypergamous nature just because if a woman is going to be hypergamous, it's going to be because she gains value from it, at least in the short term. And that's why
you don't understand. Hypergamy is within the woman's nature. The only way women can think about in Muslim countries, they make the woman wear the hijabs, right?
Yes.
So the woman she doesn't have any pull in the dating market to go after the best man that she can because she can't sexualize herself. She can't do things to attract higher tier guys because the main thing men are attracted to, beauty, right? Youth and beauty. Well, with hijabs on, it suppresses that. I'm asking you, well, social media is a good thing if women can't post any thirst traps, if we're going to ban booty pictures and all of that. Well, this would suppress it to a degree. You get what I'm saying? Or any other, I'm asking you for anything. What are you going to do? What law that you're going to put in place to take some of women's rights away so they don't get all of this male attention and validation and then act in their hypergamous ways? Because that's the only way they can truly act in their hypergamous ways to the fullest extent is if they get male attention. Because if you don't get any male attention, you only get the attention of the guys in your neighborhood. Well, then you can't act in your hypergamous nature and get the guy in Miami that can fly you out. You only can get the guys in your town. Make sense?
No, I get what you're saying. It's just so being able to sexualize yourself, that is just a standard that we have to hold as men. I mean, like if you look at the 50s, we never had to put women in hijabs, and we still were able to have women that respected themselves and the boundaries of a relationship that a man set. But it was because more men were capable of providing, being integrity, and just in general, just capable, like being able to take care of many different things.
You got you have it somewhat. I see what you're saying. Well, men need to set the boundaries and stuff like that because men are the ones that enforce the laws. So there's these laws in place that give women, that allow women and afford women the opportunity to sexualize themselves. So in one sense, you're right. But in another sense, you're wrong because in, the 50s and stuff like that, women were shamed by other women when they were sleeping around in the town. Like one of the reasons why women weren't promiscuous is because women knew that by Kelly in the town being promiscuous is going to be harder for Mickey, Nikki, Christina, Kelsey, and all of these other girls to find a husband. You get what I'm saying? Right. So if one girl is promiscuous and is a whore, then how am I going to find a husband? I was supposed to marry Byron, but I can't marry Byron now because Byron is sleeping with Kelly for free because she's a whore, so he's not going to marry me. So women used to shame other women in the town when they were found out to be sleeping around. So this was shame. We don't have any shame right now in America. I'm asking you, what guardrails are you going to put in place to stop women from being promiscuous and to stop them from being hypergamous?
The guardrails are men. And that's the reason why I keep talking about men, because we're like I argued earlier, is we are the ones that set the standard. Now you mentioned the thing about if we're socially inept, we don't really have it, but that's just always been the rule. We can't
set a standard if the law is these chicks can have an OnlyFans, these chicks can be strippers, these chicks can sell their body. We would have to change the law before we fully set any other social standards. The law would have to be changed.
Those things can only exist if men are buying into things like OnlyFans and these kind of things. If you are a better man that's not contributing to that type of culture, the culture will change.
No. You don't get what I'm saying. Let's speak. So now we're going to go. This is speaking about supply and demand. What do you think is harder to get rid of, the supply or the demand?
The supply.
The supply is easier.
It's harder to get rid of the demand.
Okay, it's harder to get rid of the demand because the demand comes from within human. It's like we want this. We want this. It's hard to get rid of the demand, but the supply, we can easily get rid of the supply because we've created the supply, right? So since it's in this example, women are the supply. Mm-hmm. Easy to get rid of the supply, women sexualizing themselves. harder to get rid of the demand, which is men wanting sex from women and men sexualizing women. It's harder to get rid of that because it's in a man's nature to be attracted to women and to be aroused by women. And when they see a woman half naked, oh, I want this one. Makes sense? So if it's harder to get rid of the demand, but easier to get rid of the supply, then you would agree with me that the message should be, well, we should speak about these women. Women need to become worthy of finding a husband. This is why, listen real quick, Kevin, this is why I said, yes, true. Men need to be worthy of finding a wife. Yeah, that is true. But really, you know, what can be easier here, and we can make some change here because men enforce and make all the laws, they're the supply. We can totally stop them from having access to become a stripper, to have access to be on OnlyFans, to have access of posting thirst traps. So therefore we can get rid of the supply, which then would change things. So what I'm saying is women need to change, bro. Women need to change. It's easier to do. You just confirmed it.
In theory, what you said is correct, but when we ban things like alcohol and drugs, that doesn't make the demand go away. It only brings it higher.
No, that's nonsensical.
No, definitely not. I mean, alcohol, when in Prohibition in the 1920s, when we banned alcohol was drank more than it ever was before that point.
No, that's nonsensical.
It's not.
No, listen, I'm going to tell you, there's no stat or any statistic to back up what you just said. But I'll tell you what, a lot of liberals make arguments like that. Well, if we make things legal, therefore, like weed, think about it. Weed in all of the United States in 2018, bro, you could not smoke weed really anywhere or you getting arrested and all of that. Once they made weed legal and now you can get a weed card in most states, right? Everybody's smoking weed. And guess what? They're smoking weed at a younger age. Right. So what you're saying is, that is just not true. And it doesn't even logically make sense. If you make something, if people already have the urge to do something. So if we make it legal, well, obviously more people are going to do it. And then also these people are going to influence other people to do it because it's legal. But if we make it illegal, well, now we can ban it and we can put consequences on the people that are doing it, which would then it would make other people that was thinking about smoking weed or doing whatever degenerate thing, it would sway them in the other direction, meaning that these people will less likely not participate in a degenerate acts if it was banned and illegal rather than if it was legal.
I would argue that the reason that more people are smoking now does correlate with the fact that weed went legal, but I think it's also because the stigma of weed also changed. The stigma behind weed in the 1980s and the 2000s was like half the people thought you would go crazy. The stigma did not change. You know when stigma changes? When?
Stigma changes when you make things legal, man. Think about it. Prior to before 1920, the 19th Amendment, like the stigma around women voting, a lot of men was like, man, women shouldn't be voting. Women was like, women shouldn't be voting. But then once they got the ability to vote, it was like, oh, well, it's kind of natural for women to be voting now. So the stigma is actually the right to do the thing. That creates the positive stigma to do it. You get what I'm saying? Meaning that let's say that gets rid of the stigma. So if you make something legal, that actually gets rid of the stigma. It doesn't promote the stigma.
But it wouldn't be legal in the first place if the stigma didn't already change. Like you said, I mean, like those representatives who are voting on these laws had to have had their mind changed. And that must have been something that people voted for, right? Because feminism, they made it apparent that women are more in favor. Men started changing their mind and the stigma behind it changed. Why would you vote for something as a representative that you know is going to get you put out of office?
So you must not know about history, man. When it came to the 19th Amendment and women voting, you know that women didn't vote that in themselves.
Absolutely.
You know that it was funded by non-government organizations, and these non-government organizations basically, lobbied women to get the right to vote. So women didn't vote on it. Men didn't vote on it. It was just like, as far as, gay rights, Like that wasn't voted on by wasn't voted on by America. Like we didn't have to. Oh, people are gonna have the right to get married if they're gay. No, Obama went ahead and just passed it. You get what I'm saying? So that's what happened. That's what happens with a lot of things that you're seeing right now, bro.
For sure, but again, so like you said, you kind of proved my point a little bit there when you said women.
No, I didn't prove your
20s,
point. I disproved your point.
Because in the 20s, women weren't the ones who changed the law. It was men. So they had to change through lobbyists, the stigma behind voting rights for women through men, because men are the ones that are actually being able to place that in action. Same thing with the
your
gay
argument,
marriage.
No, Kevin, listen. Your argument isn't about like changing things for rights and stuff. That's what I'm asking you. That's my argument. I'm saying that the things that I would do to change things, well, I would ban certain things. Once again, Kevin, you're moving towards my argument. So the only reason why I'm making your argument is because your argument moves to my argument when we're speaking about legalizing things and banning things. Your argument is simply, well, we don't necessarily need to like ban things. We can go ahead and just take away the stigma towards things. And then therefore, people would be less likely to do said thing. You see what I'm saying? So
no, I think
you're moving towards my argument.
Because you argued that stigma change only comes after there's a rule or law change.
No, I didn't argue that.
Okay, you said that the stigma changes after a law is passed. That's when people start to change their mind in terms of whether they think something is okay.
No, I didn't argue that. I gave you examples. So I gave you examples that, well, the stigma on something. So for an example, let's speak about it because I don't think you understood me. So for women voting, right? There was men didn't vote for this. Women didn't vote for this. Women didn't want to vote. They thought that they didn't really need to vote. Men didn't vote. And men didn't think that women should vote. It was just passed. So when it was passed, meaning that prior to it being legal, they had a stigma about women voting. Once it was passed, now look at it, bro. Most men think women should vote now.
Yeah,
because when it was passed, when a law was passed, it took away the stigma in time because it became normalized.
Yes, but
that's my argument.
The difference between the 19th Amendment and gay marriage becoming legal was the gay marriage was a executive order, but the 19th Amendment, it's an amendment. So that's voted on by Congress to be into the Bill of Rights in the Constitution. So again, there had to be men.
We didn't vote on this. No. They wasn't convinced. When we're speaking about the 19th Amendment specifically, Kevin, they didn't give a freak about like women to have like more rights, like the rights themselves to like be more equal to the man. They were thinking about money, Kevin. So the reason why these non-government organizations was lobbying for women to get the right to vote is because they wanted women in the workforce. They thought, well, we already got her husband in, but if we can get the wife and the husband working for us, well, we can make more money because we'll have more employees. We can push out more products. We can make more money. That's what the agenda was for. The agenda wasn't for, women to just, have the same rights as the man during that time. But so what I'm saying here, Kevin, you're not disproving my point. You're proving my point because if you say that you agreed. It's harder to get rid of the demand, but it's easier to get rid of the supply. We all know that women are the supply for sex, right? Correct. Women are that supply. So if women are the supply for sex, then it's easy to get rid of, OnlyFans and Pornhub and prostitution and strip clubs. Is easy to suppress that, right? So therefore, women won't get as much attention to operate in their full potential of their hypergamous nature. So if they can't operate, I'm speaking slow so you understand. If they can't operate in their full potential of hypergamy, because their sexuality is suppressed, meaning that they have no outlets to sexualize themselves. Therefore, the men that they're going to be dating is going to be the men in their town. They can't sexualize themselves on the internet to get the NBA player or the NFL player to slide in their DMs. They can't do it anymore. It's banned, right? So therefore, they're not getting flown out. Can't sexualize yourself. Can't do it. Can't put. You got to post pictures from hair. Now, this doesn't mean that some women aren't going to be still flown out from regular face pictures. No, that's still going to happen, right? That's still going to happen. But it will definitely suppress it to a degree, because ugly women that's not even attractive, that got a butter face, man, she may have something back there like that's a G-Wagon. And she walking back, listen, when she walk in, her booty walk in 3 minutes after. You feel what I'm saying? And that's all she got to show. And listen, Drake gonna want a piece of that. Everybody gonna want a piece of it. So therefore, it's gonna be doing the same cycle is gonna be repeating itself. So I'm asking you, what systems would you put in place to suppress women from sexualizing themselves and having access to operate in their fullest hypergamous nature?
So
you got to
like
ban some stuff, like I said.
Like you said, it's within their nature to be hypergamous, the same way it's in a man's nature to be polygamous. How does a man's urge to be polygamous get curbed? It's because the women that he wants to be with, to build this family with, is going to say, if you do that, I'm going to leave. And that's the problem.
Kevin.
is that, no, it's true, because again, like you said, it's in our nature to want to have sex with multiple different women, but men still get married. And there is no clause that I can still go have sex with other women. And why is that? It's not because women hold the power.
You don't get it, Kevin. You don't get it. The man, his nature is many women. Most men don't have access to many women because men have a burden of performance. Men aren't born with their sexual value, but women are born with their sexual value, because most men are attracted to most women, but most women aren't attracted to most men. So what I'm saying is, yes, our system, our economy already suppresses men from operating in their polygamous nature of having multiple women, because it's very hard to be accomplished as a man. It's very hard to accomplish things and be successful and to have status. It takes time, it takes competence, it takes confidence. And these things a man needs to build. Women don't need to have, they don't need to be competent, they don't need to have confidence, but they still have sexual access to all of these men because they can sexualize themselves. You don't understand, Kevin?
No, I
don't
do understand. But the problem is with that, right, is that even men who have access still marry. It's not that all men who are successful and can fuck whoever they want. Sorry, I don't know if I'm able to curse. And have sex with whoever they want, that they only do that. Like, there is a point that a man decides, I want to build a family with a woman, and I will put away my polygamous activities in order to do that. And that comes from him getting boundaries from the woman that he wants to be with. Now, the same thing applies.
So wait, so you're saying that the man gets boundaries from the woman, so there's things that the woman won't tolerate, so the man has to appeal to the woman's way? Then who's the leader in the relationship?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So in the same way that a woman can leave because you're being polygamous, a man can set his boundaries as well to where he will leave. And if you're valuable enough, if you are a good man, that woman will be afraid of losing you. And if you're if a woman is afraid to lose you, you're
speaking about
standards.
An exception. Most men don't have the ability to be polygamous. They don't have the ability to have multiple chicks at the same time. They don't have the ability because they're inadequate. They're losers. Most women aren't attracted to most men. You don't get it,
I see
Kevin.
losers all the time at clubs, still get tons of play, different women every week. And it's because there still is a desire and demand for them. Now, if you're talking strictly on the internet, I see what you're saying.
What is a loser? What's a loser to you, Kevin?
So that'll be somebody with low moral character, someone who doesn't make very much money, but because
Kevin.
they have...
Okay, go ahead. No, keep going. Go ahead.
Yeah, but because they have a good social ability, they are still able to pull and still be able to get women. And those
Kevin,
men...
you're proving the point, Kevin. You're proving the point. You don't understand that men and women are different, bro. Women are complex with their attraction triggers. I'm 6'4". If you're 6'4", you don't gotta have a Bentley. You don't gotta really have a nice car. You 6'4", bro, right? You 5'8", you kinda gotta have some muscles, have a nice car. You get what I'm saying? So, so since women are complex with their attraction triggers, and especially let's say if you are nice, you have good word game, you got game, you know how to speak to women, then obviously you're not gonna experience droughts like that. Now the thing is, it still doesn't matter though. You may be able to have sex with those women, but those women necessarily aren't going to marry you, because broke dudes, tall guys that are attractive, but if they're broke, they can't provide a woman the future. They're inadequate. They're lazy, lackadaisical. They can smash girls. Trust me. They'll run through a lot, but they can't retain that woman because the woman doesn't see a future with that man. So what I'm saying is women need to be taught to preserve their value and not stop being rizzed up by the guys that's attractive and that's broke. Stop being rizzed up by the guys that has money but only wants to smash. Women need guidance. So when I reacted to the video, and the video was speaking about men need to become good husbands. Men need to become worthy of a husband. I'm saying that is true, but women need to become worthy of being a wife. They don't even understand, bro. You get what I'm saying, Kevin?
I'm just saying, if there are a lot of men worthy of being husbands, there are going to be more women that are trying to become one. And I feel like we're just in a disappointed society where we're at. We're on this side of the internet where we preach these things. But think about how many men...
Kevin, what do you preach, Kevin? You don't seem like you preach anything what I preach.
No, I think
maybe
we're very
some
similar
stuff.
in that sense,
Maybe some stuff as far as are you a Christian?
I am.
Okay, so maybe certain things we may align with, but you seem to tiptoe around telling women what to do. Listen, bro.
No, I can tell my woman what I want because I am a man who preaches the values that I say to be a good man. And I've seen it firsthand that if you are good to a woman, if you can provide for her.
Are you going to have, do you have the final say in your relationship?
For 90% of things, correct, yeah.
Why not 100% of things?
Because there are things that I can't necessarily force her to do. Like, for example, if I want to go out.
No one's saying force. I'm saying, meaning when I say that you have the final say, that your woman is going to listen to 100% of the stuff you say.
I would leave that 10% for things that, like little things. Like if I told her that she couldn't get a coffee, for example.
No,
that's
totally fine. No more coffee, because coffee is high in caffeine. Caffeine isn't good for you. You get addicted to coffee. No drinking, no more coffee. So even the little things, you don't think that you should have the final say as a man? Biblically speaking, if you're a Christian, you don't think that you should have the final say?
So I guess in a sense I do. I guess maybe I'm saying in the way that I exercise it. So of course, I feel like in order to have
like I said, you like to tiptoe around stuff, Kevin.
Okay, no, I just misunderstood how you meant it. So in the terms of the final say, if I tell her you're never getting another glass of coffee, she will abide. I mean, she's going to argue with me about it. It's not going to be as simple as that one conversation. But if I set the standard that absolutely 100% you're not getting another coffee, she will follow.
Your woman's going to follow. Okay.
Yeah.
And all right, so your woman is going to follow you. So what I'm saying here, Kevin, if you understand that a man should have the final say in a relationship and the woman should know her role, then it's okay to say that a woman should be worthy of having a husband, because especially in modernity right now, a lot of these women aren't worthy of anything. They don't even deserve a good man, right? They deserve the bottom of a boot. They deserve to be smashed and dashed, like a lot of them already are getting smashed and dashed because they are unworthy. Just like we would say that some of these men are unworthy, like they're incels. They don't have the ability of getting a woman because they're lazy, they're inadequate, and they're a bum, and they're degenerate. We would say the same thing. You don't deserve a woman. You don't deserve a good woman. So we have to say the same thing about women, and that is my point. But you don't seem to get it. But good conversation, Kevin. Anything else? Well, actually, not anything else. I had you up here for a while. I got to get someone else up.
No worries. Yep. Take care. I appreciate you having me on.
All right, man. Freaking, you get some blue pill people up here, and they don't fully understand what I'm saying. He doesn't fully understand, male and female intersexual dynamics and things like that. But, hopefully he'll watch it back and he'll get it. But maybe he won't, because a lot of people are just like that. They white knights. They white knights for women, and oh yeah, well, oh Cooley, like you don't even disagree with anything that I'm saying about women. But I disagree about the things that you're talking about because you don't understand. You just don't understand. And if anyone else wants to come on up and debate about this topic or anything else, see some haters in the chat. Come on up, haters. Come on up so you can get flamed. Come on up. You can get flamed. Okay, I see what you said, Glenn. I just seen your private message. But yeah, we can already tell that he already explained that he does filter the way he speaks towards his women, to his women, because he said that, well, it depends on, how you saying it. I would go about it a different way, because he's filtering what he's saying. So he indirectly said what you were saying, Glenn. Yeah. He doesn't understand masculinity. Like, I say that men shouldn't tolerate a woman like that. Like, if a woman is not gonna follow your lead and she's not gonna yield and you have the final say, then you break up with that woman. You get rid of her very fast. You don't sit in that relationship and try to negotiate with your woman. Like, okay, well, sometimes I'll let you make a decision, baby. Well, what? It doesn't even say that biblically. Like, no, it says that, well, you're supposed to love your woman like Christ loves the church. And yeah, if she says certain things or have any input, yeah, of course, you're supposed to be empathetic and you're supposed to consider what she's saying. This doesn't mean that she has the final say and that she makes any decisions without it going through you. You are in authority, right? So that's a hard concept for many men like Kevin to understand, because he just don't get it. And this is why he's the male that would still allow OnlyFans and strip clubs and all of these things to be legal, because he just said, well, if it's not legal, it'll happen more. You get what I'm saying? So he's the male that's the problem. He was speaking about the problem. Oh, I think that males are problems because this and this. I'm saying, well, I do agree. There are men in positions that are the problem because they have the supply. They supply these women going on these sites and sexualizing themselves. We need to get rid of that supply, right? And he even agreed, well, it's easier to get rid of the supply. So Kevin, get rid of the supply. Harder to get rid of the demand. Men are always going to crave sex. Men going to be horny. Hard to get rid of. You would have to change the morality within society and really put consequences on certain behaviors. So therefore, men would suppress their nature and their morality will supersede their nature. But he doesn't get that. And you know what? Since he didn't get it, that's why you got to move on. Flamed him on every point, and he still didn't get it. What's going on, Glenn?
What's going on, Cooley? No, I think you're right, because I just got into this debate on this whole porn conversation the other day on X. I'm like, ladies, if you wanted to shut down porn, you guys could get rid of it less than 48 hours. It's gone.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't yell at the drug addict and not the drug dealer. You have to go after both the drug dealer and the drug addict at the same time. They both are committing crimes. You arrest them both. That's how you just don't yell, man, you need to stop watching porn. Well, why is he watching porn anyways? Why is your husband watching porn?
Because these women are doing porn. Duh.
Well, not just that, but think about it. If a man is being well satisfied by his wife, you're not going to need to go look elsewhere for something.
Well, men are still, I would say generally, if it's out there and it's available, men are still going to do it. Because even if statistically, it shows that conservative men are the high rates of OnlyFans subscribers. So they subscribe to, they purchase.
And 64% of married Christian men, right? But married men, period, it's like 94% have all in the last month or whatever they say monthly have watched
pornography or subscribe to a woman's OnlyFans and stuff like that. So yeah, if you think about that, what I'm saying is the nature of the man, that demand is hard to get rid of. So since it's hard to, that's not saying that we can't get rid of it, but we're not, basically we're not going to never fully get rid of it 100%. We can't get rid of that demand because it's within the man's nature. But what we can get 100% rid of, like legally at least, is banning all of these sex sites, banning all of these adult industry sites.
Well, see,
now, it's not to say that it won't be like some black market for it, right? True, but it'd be very hard for a man to get access to that.
But see, here's the problem with that. Like everybody talking about it, it's all lip service. It's always, if you notice, like nobody shames a woman for making the porn. No, you don't hear any of these Christian conservatives saying, "Ladies, stop making pornography." It's always men, stop consuming it, right? And it's just like, well. So to me, it's a virtue signal. They have no true intention to really like eradicate the porn. Like if you're only addressing the drug addict again, and not the drug dealer, then you're not trying to solve the problem.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and that's the thing, and that's what Kevin's point was. He was like, "Well, no, let's just stick on the men." He kept speaking about men. I'm like, "Well, Kevin, what's a good woman?" And I even wrote it down. And Kevin eyes a good woman was loyal, respect. A woman that's loyal and she respects the man's boundaries. I said, we can stop it right there, bro. Where are women at currently right now that truly respects a man's boundaries? No, I don't want you wearing that. No, I don't want you going there. You know what they'll say? He's mentally abusive.
Oh yeah. Like, earlier today, I recorded a podcast with, Candace Horbacks, or Hosbacks, whatever her name is. She went by Eva Lavia. She was the porn star that was on whatever that left when Andrew and her got into it. So we had her on today and we were trying to talk to her about it. I'm like, so do you think porn's a problem? Like that's my question.
And
like,
if you could say corn, that'd be good.
Corn, corn. Yeah. Do you think corn is a problem? And she's like, well, it can be. And I'm like, it can be. When is it a good thing? Like, I'm just trying to gauge where she's at with it.
Yeah.
And she's like, well, it's okay. If it's okay, it's in a marriage. Basically, she was just trying to say it's bad when a male consumes it, but it's not bad to produce. And it was just like really confusing on like how she came to that conclusion. So it's okay to produce it, but it's not okay if you're married and you consume it. Like,
it's just dumb. That's illogical.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people say dumb stuff, man. But listen, Glenn, I appreciate you for coming up, man. I'm going to continue with tonight, but have a blessed one, brother.
You too, bro. Peace.
Peace. All right, let's get to some of these super chats. We had a few of them come up. All of them I'm not going to be able to bring up on screen because I didn't highlight them beforehand. But going to try to get to the ones that I did highlight. Let me see. Let's see here. We got PR says in $10. I appreciate the support. He says, me likely man holes. Okay. We got David says in $10. He says, small head community can't afford Andrew Tate to turn against them, and many of them know it. Thanks again. All right. We got and thank you, David, for supporting the show. He sends another super chat. He says, current state of politics, small hats, woke, PC, or anyone have no power to force you to dump your toxic friends, good or bad. Okay, so you're saying, okay, or anyone have no power to force you to dump your toxic friends? Yeah, I don't think that, like, I see what you're saying when we're speaking about Andrew Tate and how, you know, on the PBD show, Adam was basically like chastising Tate for hanging out with those friends and stuff like that. And he wanted him to like dump those friends, get new friends, or apologize or throw his friends under the bus. Yeah, I don't think that you should do that as a man. So. We got Uncle Tiger sends $10. He says, it's 2026. We're done with the racism police. All racial groups in America are free to criticize each other. Wang Hef, America First, Crisis King. All right. We got David again sends in $10, says, self-improvement should be done for its own sake. Finding the right woman takes extra work beyond self-improvement. Mostly concessions, as Fresh and Fit show demonstrate, most women want everything. So yeah, I mean, I would agree. Yeah, you definitely want to build yourself up as a man, and yeah, that does make it easier because you'll have more options. So the probability would increase of you at least attracting the woman that you want. And we got Tyga is in $10. He says, I'm pretty sure Cooley wouldn't let me up to debate with Kevin because I'm black. Cooley, stop oppressing your own people, bro. Tyga is not black. Tyga, you are white as snow. Here's a few chats that I missed. We got PR, which is a pacifistic rage, says in $10. He says, gay. Which you speak about, Kev. We got Dane Snyder says in $5. They're probably intimidated to have you on. I mean, you gotta be careful what talent you bring on if the talent might outshine you, right? No, I don't think that Fresh and Fit is intimidated to have me on. I really haven't thought about it. I have no thoughts. I reached out, that's the most that I could do. I reached out to whatever. Spoke with Brian like once. He hit me up. He said, hey, we talked back, about some business a little bit. Said, hey, bro, I'm down to come on. He seemed like, he would be down to have me on. At least I heard back from Brian from the whatever show. He seemed like he'd be open to it. But yeah, man, I don't think it's intimidating. Sometimes, people can view you as competition. I don't even think it's that because, if that's the case, then they have Andrew Tate on. They had Andrew Wilson on. Who knows? Sometimes it's just like, it really doesn't matter, bro. I don't care if I ever go on. You go on, cool. You don't go on, you don't. And any other podcasts, I hit up a few other podcasts too. I hit up PBD to go on their show way back in the day. Nothing back from them at all. And this was the time but I was small though. Like when I hit up one of the recruiters from the PBD show, because one of the girls that was on my podcast, the dating show, cool. She's like a conservative chick. She went on a PBD show before, or at least the Adam show where Adam was having that dating show. And that was a time where Adam was bringing on many people on his show. And but I was small at that time. I reached out and they didn't even get that. Someone got back to me, but they basically really didn't respond. But now I'm much bigger though. And like my show fully beat out Adam's show. Adam, the Soft Snake show, the SOS, whatever his dating show was, he stopped doing it. He doesn't even do it anymore. But I surpassed him in views, surpassed him in subscribers, surpassed him in many things. That doesn't matter though. I'll go on other shows even if I have more subscribers or less. But shouts out to people that was very easy to work with. I haven't worked with a lot of people, but the people that was very easy to work with, who I did do shows with, Andrew Wilson, like getting him to do a show and come on the stream. Sometimes he just comes on. Super easy to work with. Like we have a relationship. Rolo and Michael Sartain, super easy to do a show with them. They actually invited me out to Las Vegas. I did Access Vegas with them. Marquette, super easy. Me and Marquette, we cool. Super easy to do a show with him. He's like, yeah, Cooley, what's up? Let's do it. Some people it's easy to do shows with. Other people it's hard with. There's no that's just how things work, man. So I know the supporters, I know y'all want it. You're like, Cooley, do these shows and do this, but bro, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, who cares? Let me make sure I got to all of this. Okay, so we got Leah. She sends some $5. Not black people. Cooley, the particular kind of people you debated with Andrew Wilson that think they'll rule over white people and others in heaven. Oh, okay, I see what you're talking about. Okay, Leah, yeah, that makes sense. We got Davis is in $5. I read that one. I read that one too. Read that. I'm trying to just get to all the super chats, ladies and gents. So give me a second. Read that. These are the ones that like I missed, so they're not gonna come up on stream. Oh, we got DJ Jammy sends in $2. He says, women suffer the most when men are weak. Yeah. Yo Boy Lame says in $5. This ninja Kevin looked like Illis Gable. Wait, who is that? Or maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong. Let me see who this is. Who you say you look like? Oh man, I got jokes, bro. Let me Google this real quick. Eyeless Gable, I think is L Gable. That's what it says on Google. Okay, yeah, I guess he kind of looks like. I don't know who this is, bro. I guess it's a British actor. All right, fair enough. We got all right, I read that one. Sorry, chat. Normally I'm better at this because when I'm doing debates, I have to like check the ones that I didn't read that pop. So because they're not going to pop up on screen. Oh, we got M.L. Ross is in $5. Just tune in. Did that guy come to your podcast on Saturday? No. Yeah, he didn't come to my show on Saturday. I'm going to release the screenshots of that because he canceled. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be out tomorrow. So that entire debate that I had with the guy that wanted to debate me in person and also shoot the fade, he canceled. I got the screenshots and the messages. So I'm going to show you guys that I was with all the smoke, sent him the address, sent him everything, and he canceled. This isn't the first time someone canceled from doing a debate in person and also having the fade. It tends to happen, bro. People talk a whole lot online. Even when they come up on stream, they talk a big game. But then when they're talking smack, like, bro, you won't say that in front of my face. When you actually say, oh, no, I will. I'll fly you out. Or, oh, you live local? We can do it in person. They be scared, bro. And I know some of you can be like, well, Cooley, that's unchristian of you. At the end of the day, shouts out to Marquette. There's a little bit of saint and a sinner in me. Because, listen, man, I don't claim to be sinless and to be all righteous. No, man, I'm a male. I'm not perfect. I have cons about me too. Many pros that you guys see about me, but there's many cons too that I show, right? I keep it no fugazi. I speak about the things that I'm great on and then the things that is like maybe not so righteous about me. Still things that I'm working on, right? And that's maybe something that I got to work on. I got to stop offering these niggas fades. Or maybe I should offer more fades. Who knows? But yeah. We got Wicked Dreams. He sent some $5. He says, what was the interest rate you got for your timeshare and used car from Kevin? Kevin from State Farm. Okay. Yeah, bro. Kevin just didn't understand nothing. And that's what happens, bro. When you speak with blue pill people, they find any way to like pedestalize women or to like remove accountability off of women. That's what they do. Oh, I don't want to blame the woman. It's not the woman's fault. It's all the man's fault. Well, listen, if you're a Christian, you believe that women have just as much agency as men have. So therefore, they are responsible for the things that they do. So they should be held accountable. We don't make women sexualize themselves in America. Rape is illegal, right? It's a market that it's these companies offer these services and they choose to sexualize themselves. So even though Strip clubs is legal. OnlyFans is legal. Even though all of these things are legal, these women still choose to go into those fields. They choose to not be a nurse, to not be a social worker, to not take care of the community. They choose to hop on Instagram, post thirst traps, get on stripper poles, slide down them naked, and then also post booty pics and corn adult content all over OnlyFans. This is what they choose to do. No one's making them do this. But Kevin, somewhere in Kevin's mind, he can say that yes is easier to get rid of the supply, harder to get rid of the demand, but he still focused on the demand, even though it's harder to get rid of. Stupid Kevin. What was from Home Alone? Home Alone, was the kid named Kevin? Who was Kevin in Home Alone? Let me Google this. He's like that person. Kevin! Who was Kevin in Home Alone? Oh, that's the main character. Kevin! Yo, Kevin is the main character in Home Alone. Kevin! Stop doing that. They blamed everything on Kevin. Yo, when Kevin come back up, I gotta make him I gotta put a sound for Kevin on the board, or Kevin's people like him, White Knights, right? When people like Kevin come up, I'm gonna just play the soundboard of on Home Alone when they scream, Kevin. That'd be pretty funny. So Kevin, congratulations. You're going to get your own sound on my soundboard, but not just for you, for other blue pill betas just like you. Simping for chicks, man. Definitely don't got the final say. I think he was capping on the final say in his household. Kev, I just think it was cap. I know you're still watching, but I think it was cap. We got some more super chats. Let me see. All right, these ones will get to pop up on the screen. Get the likes up. All right, let's get to these super chats. Oh, also, wait, no, before I get to these super chats, I should have played I'll do it now, but we are still giving away free shirts. So we are still giving away free merch. And Kevin, you need this. God over man, man over woman, woman over children. Not God over woman, woman over man, man over children. Because that's what you probably think, Kevin. Oh, well, God over woman, but woman over man. No, Kevin, there's an order to things, right? So if you want one of these free shirts, I'm giving it away for free. And if you want a free Shure mic, I'm giving away this for free as well. To get the free shirt, you only got to sign up for my sponsorship, which is Aura. And I'll go ahead and play this now for you guys. All right, fellas, mission is critical. I was searching my name online and found tons of information that was way too personal. So I thought to myself, who has the ability to leak this type of information? And I found out there's companies called data brokers that profit out of selling your information to marketers, scammers, and even stalkers. You already know I've been through many matrix attacks where people create fake pages of mine by using my data. And the same can happen to you. That's why I'm recommending today's sponsor, Aura. I use Aura to automatically remove my information from these sites and keep them off of these sites. They also do other things like bank fraud, identity theft alerts, and also VPN access. I want you to go ahead and utilize my link below in the description box for a 14-day free trial. At least you'll see if you've been compromised or not. Privacy is key nowadays, and you should know if your information is out there. So again, utilize my link in the description box at aura.com/nofugazi and get 2 weeks free. That's more than enough time to see if your personal data has been exposed. All right, so that's how you get free merch. So you click the first link that's in the YouTube description and you get a free shirt. Now, Aura, it's great, it's free. You get 14 days for free. So not only do you get the service for free for 14 days, and they'll give you access to if any of your information has been exposed and stuff like that. And you don't have to really give too much personal information. Like you don't got to give your social number and all of this. They're going to look into their database and things are going to pop up, and they're going to let you know if your information is out there. You get that service for free, but then you get a free shirt. And what you do is you click the first link in the YouTube description. Once you sign up for Aura, what you do is take a screenshot of you signing up and then email me or DM me on Instagram or Facebook. You can send me an inbox on Facebook, and in that email or DM or the Facebook inbox, take the screenshot, send it to me, proof that you signed up for Aura, and then send me your address and you'll get the shirt. I've already sent out like over 10 shirts, bro. I sent out over 10 shirts. Now, when you sign up, your name, when you sign up for Aura, you get the free shirt. But then your name goes into a bucket. I'm going to do it live on stream. Once we get 50 people to sign up for the sponsorship for Aura, I'm going to send out 50 shirts. And once that happens, on stream, I'm going to put everyone's name on a piece of paper, put it in there. I'm going to swirl it around. I'm going to pick out one name. And the name I pick out, since I'm already going to have your address too because you got the free shirt, I'm going to send you this brand new Shure microphone, MV7X. It's a beautiful microphone, works wonders. I use it all the time for my dating and relationship shows. So it's a professional podcast mic. So sign up. All right. So we still got people in here. Let me see if we got anyone backstage. Oh, we do got someone backstage. Oh, this guy is up. All right. I think this guy was in a comment, so this should be interesting. Let's bring him on up. Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. State your name and what do you want to debate about?
What it is, boy. Nah, yo, it's crazy the way you talking. Like, after just listening to Kevin, I just don't understand how you didn't understand his concepts.
Okay. So what do you want to debate about?
All right, so this is what I'm talking. This is what he was trying to tell you. And I'll tell you the same thing.
Sure, go ahead.
Once men raise their value, all these distractions don't matter. We don't have to add laws. We don't have to put restrictions, because what happens is when your values change, you don't go looking for those low value things. And what also
I understand
happens,
that. I understand that. Is that reality for all men in the entire world? If it's the case that all men in the entire world raise their values, we don't have to put any laws in place. You're saying that men or women won't break any laws?
No.
So what are you talking about?
It's not about breaking laws. It's about raising your value.
Okay, so let's say if they do. I'm asking you a question. Let's say if all men in the world, right, raise their value, right? They raise their value, however you're saying it. Would women still break laws, or would they not break laws?
No, we ain't worried about people breaking laws. That's
well,
the whole
you just
concept.
said that you just said that if all men raise their values, we wouldn't have to have laws.
This is how you raise your value.
Sure.
With low level value things like corn, whatever you want to call it, going to strip clubs, trying to get multiple women at the same time. When you cut that fat, you start to realize what is valuable.
I get what you're saying. Now,
So
I'm
that's what
asking you, stop it, listen. I understand that if men raise their value, then obviously, they'll see some outcomes that they want. And not only like everything isn't material, right? I believe that you can still live a great life and not, be the richest man in the world, right? Everything isn't material. You shouldn't be chasing the material world. I'm a Christian, so I don't think that material is the highest virtue or the highest value.
No,
so
but I didn't say anything about
if it's
material.
the case,
I didn't say nothing about material.
Okay, so you're speaking
I was
internally
talking
then.
About, I was talking about low level activities.
Okay,
like
so
you're
internal.
talking about. You're talking about low level things like strip clubs. You're talking about OnlyFans.
Yeah, so
right?
then these
Those
men
are low level activities.
got it. So these men would have to change.
Don't cut me off. Let me just finish.
Okay,
So
listen.
the
I
thing-
think I understand you. Listen, because
So
Kevin
hold
said the
on.
same
You
thing.
don't need
Listen,
to
listen.
understand. Let me just
I
say.
know. Listen.
Let me say my statement, and then
Yeah,
you're gonna realize.
I got it. Well, listen. Kevin said the same thing. Just listen. I brought you up here, so just listen. You got to answer my question.
I'll let you cut me off. Go ahead. Go ahead.
If it's the case that men increase their internal value and they no longer, want to subscribe to an OnlyFans or want to masturbate or want to do these degenerate things because they have high moral value, I'm asking you, would women still be immoral and still do degenerate things?
Sure, but that's not the focus. The focus is the man. We're not See, the thing is, we're not focused on worrying about low level
Bro,
women.
you're speaking about a utopia world.
This is not utopia. This is
utopia. This is utopia.
Utopia is
bro.
what you're talking about. You're talking about having multiple women. That's utopia.
I've never talked about multiple women. You're a liar. You're just making stuff up.
You just talked about polygamy, didn't you, with Kevin? You said,
you don't know how to follow arguments, bro.
You said men with value can have multiple women, right? You did not say that? Yes or no?
Did I say that they should, or did I say that that's what will happen? So you don't know how to follow conversation and understand the distinction of when people speak about, listen, stop talking. You don't understand how to understand conversation. If I'm saying how things is, I'm speaking descriptively how the world operates. Then if I'm versus how I'm saying how things should be, I'm speaking from a moral perspective. I'm giving alt claims. I said already, yes, it is true that men do need to be worthy of having a wife. They need to be a good man. Yes. But what about women? Do women need to be worthy of having a good husband? That's my question. You came up on stream talking about men again. The argument isn't men.
Okay, here's the argument. The argument is that you're trying to tell your audience that placing laws on OnlyFans, on strip clubs, on all these low-level activities is important. Correct? Yes or no?
Yeah, we need to restrict them. Yes.
You're telling us that we need to restrict them. And what Kevin was telling you and what I'm telling you is that placing laws doesn't even do anything. The reason being is because for them to be there, you get to see that it's not important.
Okay.
It's just so like you can go to this Christianity topic that you like to keep pulling up, like you're Christian, this and that.
Well, that's where my values come from.
True. Yeah. Hey.
Okay. Well, let's test this out.
Hey.
Let's test the theory out with what you just said.
Sure.
What do you think is harder to get rid of, the supply or the demand?
Look, that has nothing to do with what your debate is about.
Coach.
Your debate is about
Coach Dum
placing
Dum.
laws.
It does. Coach Dum Dum. It does.
Coach Dum Dum. Okay.
Coach Dum Dum. It
I'm
does.
sure you have to try to belittle to win an argument.
No, because you're dumb. You don't understand the argument.
What's your argument? State it one more time for us. Your argument is placing laws on OnlyFans, on strip clubs, is going to change men. That's not going to change men. Men are going to change themselves.
Kevin, who's speaking about right now changing men? That isn't part of my argument. You don't understand the argument because you're so fixated on men because you are a white knight and you pedestalize women.
Why? Nobody's pedestalizing women.
You are.
You're trying to change
You don't even
women
understand
by
the
taking it
argument.
out. Why would you want to take out strip clubs? Why would you want to take out? That's like telling people, "Oh, you can't be gay." Maybe we need that so
I
people
knew
can see.
Kevin. I mean, you're just like Kevin. You're gay.
Sure. And that's all you can do. That's why you got cooked already. And I'm just
nobody cooked me. I'm cooking you just like I cooked Kevin.
Look,
both of y'all are dumb. So listen, I'm gonna have a little bit of fun tonight with you.
That's why you
Coach,
That's why
I'm
you
finna
have to talk like in this nature,
Coach,
because you can't actually have a real conversation or debate.
no, you don't understand my
it's
position.
proven right here.
Okay, got it. Look, you know
I'm
what?
telling you.
I'll,
So here,
I'll
let me
give
ask
you
you
a little grace.
Like I said,
I'll give
let
you a
me
little
ask you
grace.
a question.
Listen, stop it.
You're a Christian man,
Stop
correct?
it. Stop it. I'm going to give you grace. I'm
You're
going to
a
give a
Christian
little
man,
grace. And
correct?
I'm going to restate my argument. Stop it. I'm going to give you a little grace. I'm going to
Go
restate
ahead,
my
go ahead,
argument.
Go ahead.
Let's see if you can follow it. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, again, this all came about because I was reacting to a clip. And the clip within itself, I agreed with a whole lot. But at the tail end of the clip, I posit a question that says, well, I know you're speaking about men and men need to self-improve and men need to be worthy of having a wife. But what about women being worthy of having a husband? We know men need to be obligated to certain things in society and relationships. We know that. I agree that men need to have better moral character. So you coming in here and saying men need to be better, we get that. That's not my argument, right?
What's your argument?
Here's the argument now. So
After
don't speak.
a minute of talking,
listen.
Get to it.
No, stop it. So I'm telling you, don't speak about men again because the argument isn't about men. Okay?
Go
the
ahead.
argument is about since men have obligations and women expect them to be obligated in relationships and in society to keep them safe and everything else, what are women's obligations? So if men need to be worthy of having a wife, my argument is women also need to be worthy of having a husband.
True.
Do you get that? So now
Absolutely.
listen.
Yeah.
You
I'm with
say
you.
that, well, if you get rid of strip clubs and corn and all of these adult industries, all of this degenerate stuff. Now, you do believe that this stuff is degenerate, right?
Yeah, it's not good.
Okay, so we would agree
Sure.
that it's not good, right? So
Yeah.
if you have a kid, you got any kids?
I do.
You got kids. So would you keep, let's say if eating candy is bad, or no, let's just say this. Let's say the knives.
Hey, stay on the debate. Stay on the topic, though.
No, this is the topic. I'm just giving an analogy, right? So you know that having knives around kids is bad. If you do have knives around younger kids, you need to tell them not to go in the knife drawer and not to mess with the knives. If so, there's going to be consequences if you touch these knives.
I'm going to teach them how to use a knife.
Okay, you'll teach them how to.
I'm not going to be soft.
Okay, so you're going to teach a 3-year-old how to use a knife? You're going to teach a 3-year-old how to use a knife?
Hey, be careful. No.
Stop it. You're going to teach a 3-year-old how to use a knife.
Well, actually, maybe around 4.
Okay, so therefore, listen, I'm speaking
maybe
about
around 4. I'll try to tell
I'm
them
speaking
to cut
about
the damn orange.
You want a 4-year-old holding a sharp knife? Okay, listen. What I'm saying here
That's
is
how you build them.
Stop it. Listen. What I'm saying,
Sure.
and that's how the probability increases for them to cut themselves because they're 4 years old. They're not even old enough to hold things properly. They can't even really write
Maybe
their
your
name at their
kids.
age. So what we're speaking in general, man, but let's just say this, right?
Yeah.
You would, if to keep your kids safe and out of danger, you would tell your kids not to do things. Don't do this because that's degenerate or that's bad and that can harm you, right? You would tell them that, right?
Well, this is the thing. This is what I tell you.
No, just yes or no. Would you tell your kids not to do degenerate things and not to do bad things that can harm them? Yes or no?
Up to a point, absolutely.
Okay, got it.
Up to a point, up to an extent. I'll tell you that.
Okay, got it. You would tell them things that is degenerate and not of your moral value to not do it and to stay away from it. Now, my thing is, would you ban certain things and take it out of your home? Like, let's say the access to certain sites of porn in adult stuff. Would you say, well, you know what, on your tablet, I'm going to put some parental stuff. You're not even going to have access to it. Now, you would tell them, hey, when your son gets a little older, you shouldn't be watching this. But I'm asking you, would you just restrict it all?
See, this is the whole thing about creating restrictions. is
no,
that.
no. I'm asking you a question. Don't tell me
Sure,
how.
sure. Ask me the
just
question
ask
one more
me.
time. Sorry,
just
sorry.
answer.
I
So
was going
it's
to teach
very
you something real quick.
no. It's very simple. I'm just looking for. It's an example to express that. Well, even you as a man, you know certain things are bad and certain things are degenerate, and certain things you would actually ban from your own home. Like you
I wouldn't ban it. No. You know why I wouldn't ban it? Do you want me to give you my answer? Or you
Okay,
want to keep cutting me
how
off?
about this? Are there certain things that you would ban from your own home?
I mean, to what extent are we talking about?
Let's say, let's say this. There's going to be consequences if you don't come in at a certain time. So therefore, that's banning it. So you can. Everybody has free will. Your daughter or your son. Listen, let me just land the plane.
Responsibility with the child.
Let me land the plane, right? So you understand. It's just very simple.
Sure.
All I'm saying
You're trying
is,
to land some
as a
simple
parent,
plane. I'm trying to tell you what it is.
Got it. As a parent, you will discipline your kids, meaning that there's consequences for their bad decisions.
I'm not going to shelter them because
listen.
My purpose of having kids is to put them in a society so that they're grown and they can make good decisions.
Great.
That's the whole point.
Great. But there will be consequences for your kids' bad decisions, right?
There's always consequences. Actually, the consequence is more important than the decision. That's what I'm teaching.
Perfect.
The
Got
consequence,
it, right?
actually, you should think about the consequence first.
Okay.
Before the decision. The consequence is actually more important than the decision, because if you don't think about the consequence, you're going to be making bad decisions.
Perfect. Then you would agree with me. You wouldn't disagree. Now let me demonstrate how you fell into the trap by this hypothetical. You fell into the trap of this hypothetical of me asking you, would you put consequences on your children if they do something that's not aligned with your values? If they do something bad, do something degenerate,
you have to. Yeah.
Listen, you have to. There's going to be consequences for their actions.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, right, that putting consequences on women for signing up for OnlyFans, putting consequences on women for stripping on a pole, putting consequences on all of these things, meaning that we ban it, we make it illegal. So if you do partake in it, well, the guy that owns the strip club is going to be consequences. He's going to jail. The woman that goes to the strip club to work there to slide down that pole, there's going to be consequences, a fine, imprisonment. There's going to be some type of consequences that's going to be on them because it's bad, degenerate behavior. You proved my argument. Since you will put consequences on your sons and your daughters from doing degenerate and bad things, it's the same thing. You believe that porn and strip clubs is degenerate. I'm saying put consequences on it. And the only way we can put consequences on things is by making it illegal. So therefore, they get a fine or it's imprisonment.
Are you sure about that?
The other one would be shame, if we just shame men and women for going into these industries. But guess what? We live in a society where there isn't any shame. But
that's
shame
what
is still.
That's what actually happens in societies.
Listen,
that
bro.
Society corrects. That's why it's called like a tribe builds.
So let me ask you: since you would put consequences on your children from doing,
because the child is under 18. To get
so
a
then
strip
once
club,
you're
you have to
18,
strip. You have to be 18.
So you think it should just be legal?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not in the strip club. I don't go to strip clubs.
Yeah, you be in that strip club. Yeah, you be there.
I've been to strip clubs, dude. Who hasn't?
Yeah, I've been to them too. But I'm saying that I would still ban it. The difference between me and you, even if I indulge in some degenerate behavior, I would still ban it because I know that it's bad. Right? We're all fleshful people. We all have desires. So even though I think that something is bad and I may be...
That's like having a kid that's like being a Christian and having children without being married.
Yeah, so listen, even if... exactly. Perfect, right?
How would you... Okay, so, there's many
you put
people
consequences
that have
on
kids.
things.
There's many people that have kids without being married, and then they jump into Christianity.
Yeah, you put consequences.
Are we going to? Is God gonna continue to shun you for making a mistake before getting into Christianity?
No. Go out,
because
what are you talking about? Listen.
This is what I'm talking about.
I would before. No, listen.
This is what I'm talking about.
Listen. I get part of the. Simon, stop it. I get what you're saying, and I would say I'll go ahead and say yes. Well, under my belief, people should get married not by the state, but via the church. They should get married before they have sex, right? I think that they should get married before they have sex, and if you have sex before you get married, it's going to be consequences. There's going to be some fines in place. Something is going to happen. Either shame is going to be societal shame. You're going to be shamed in the community and things like that. Or it's going to be actual, like a law in place, a fine. You got to pay extra taxes, something there. But I would say shame would work because shame always worked since the beginning of time. Are you even?
Okay. So let me ask you something.
But listen real quick. But listen, do you know that if you would put consequences on your children for doing bad.
We're talking about a child versus an adult. This is two different worlds, dude. You're not even lining up.
Let me ask you this.
The idea that you have is great. It's cool. It's a good analogy. But the analogy is not on the same level.
Let's put it on the same level, bro. Let's switch it and let's put it on the same level for you.
Okay, here. I'll put it on the same level for you.
I'll put it on the same level for you. Relax.
I'll put it for you first.
It's your son. He's 21 years old, right?
Okay. Yeah.
21.
Yeah.
Hypothetically speaking.
Yeah.
Now your son does something degenerate, right? Let's say that it could be anything, but it's something against your moral values. He does something degenerate. Are you gonna put any consequences on your 21-year-old son? Then he may not even be living with you. He's 21. Is it going to be any consequences that you're going to enact?
I don't have the ability at that point.
Wait, what do you mean you don't have the ability? You're the father. You know what,
look,
son?
I can be a father, but guess what? People are better showed than told. So I mean, I could voice my heart out to him at 21, but guess what? Since he's not under my son, he's not under my roof, then it's up to him. It was my job as a father to teach him before he left the house.
Let's make it specific.
You get it?
Let's say if
it was my job before he left 21, it was my job to raise him to be a responsible person.
Okay,
so
I
at
got
21, he doesn't make any mistakes that are degenerate or whatever you're trying to compare.
Okay, but let's say if he does, do something hypothetically outside of your boundaries.
Yeah.
Is your son going to be invited to the next cookout if you find out that he raped a little girl?
He would probably be in jail.
It didn't come out yet. You found out.
If my son raped someone.
Say grape.
Raped someone.
Yeah.
Okay. Raped a little girl. If my own son did that.
Hypothetically speaking,
I'd probably hypothetically
put him in jail yourself.
Have to give him them hands, because the first thing is I would have never taught him to do that before he left my house to represent my name.
Therefore, it's going to be consequences.
This is my whole concept.
Stop it.
I'll tell
Kevin,
you one thing.
I mean, I keep calling you Kevin because you're basically just like Kevin.
Let me give you the solution to women.
Coach, listen, I'm telling you something real quick. Let me just land my plane. I was doing a line of argument. Listen.
The solution is you have God first, then you're...
Stop speaking. I got to mute you because you talk too much. Because I'm trying to run a line of argument. You're not answering yes or no where there's simple yes or no questions, but you don't know how to do it, right? So listen. Since you just said it's a very simple concept. Well, you said, coolly. Those are kids. So you were trying to move the goalposts. What he did here, chat, was I gave him one example. I talked about kids. Well, would you put consequences on your kids? And consequences is simply there's going to be negative side effects if you do something that is not within my moral compass. If you do something degenerate, something that I think is bad, there's going to be negative consequences. For children, he said, negative consequences. So, but then he said, it doesn't map on to your example of you taking away the rights of women to be on OnlyFans and be in a strip club because they're adults. Okay? So I'll give him another example. I say, well, what about your son? Let's say if he's 21. And let's say if he does something that's degenerate or bad, something that, would you reprimand his behavior? Would it be consequences? He then bites the bullet. He says, yes. Therefore, before a relationship starts, before a nation starts, a relationship starts. So we need to have good relationships to have a good nation. So if there's things that you wouldn't do in your own relationship, then why would you grant it legal in the nation if you don't even want it in your relationship? Would you want your woman to be subscribing to OnlyFans and on a stripper pole? No, you wouldn't want that. It would be consequences, meaning that if she went to the strip club and did something like that and was on a pole, you'll most likely break up with her. Yeah, you would. Unless you're a simp, you'll tolerate it, and you could be one of those. But we all know that there's consequences for behavior that goes against your values. And your values is, I'm against strip clubs. I'm against all of the adult industry, but I don't want there to be any consequences for it. That's nonsensical. You are in a logical contradiction. You are in a moral logical contradiction because this aligns with your morals here. This doesn't align with your morals here, but then over here, you just want women to do whatever they want to do. So you're a white knight. You want women to be whores, bro. You want women to be whores. You are an idiot. You're off of mute.
Dude, you gotta mute me. Come on.
You've been off of mute. You want women to be whores.
Okay, that's not what I said.
Then if you don't want women to be whores, then why do you not want to get? Okay, so then why would you not? Why would you not? No, I didn't put the words in your mouth. You put the words into your own mouth. You just said I want
women to be whores.
You do want women to be whores if you don't want to get rid of the adult industry. If you don't want to get rid of the adult industry, you want women to be whores. Explain to me how it's not. Go ahead.
Okay. Whose ever daddy that woman came from, that is their job for them not to have women to be whores. If they choose some whore life after, then so be it. But guess what? Just like, because I know you're a Christian man or whatever.
Wait, you just said so be it. Time out. You just said then so be it. Then so be, if they choose that lifestyle, then so be it. It is what it is. So therefore, you want women to be whores. You just agreed to it. You are dumb, bro. If it's the case that you want, it's just like me. Because you keep speaking while I'm speaking because you don't have any decorum. So are you pro-abortion or are you anti-abortion? You pro-abortion or are you pro-life?
Dude, when are you going to answer my question?
Are you pro-abortion or are you pro-life?
Dude, when are you going to answer mine?
Okay, you know what? I'll be good faith. Go ahead. Give me one question. But then answer that next question. Go ahead.
All right. Check it out. You want to stop women or change women, correct?
What? That's what you got from all of this? This guy's dumb.
Because that's all you care about. You care about stopping women.
This guy's stupid. I can't even speak with you.
Why are you trying to control women?
You're not asking a question. Well, now you just did. You are asserting. I'm not trying to control women.
You're not trying to control women. But by the law, by you placing restrictions, does that make it control?
No, because they can still break the law. What you talking about?
So what's the point?
The point is, well, there's consequences if you break the law, so therefore people are less likely to do the thing that I deem to be degenerate.
But you just said that they would still do it. So
it'll be at a much lower rate.
Not matching
it'll be
up,
a much lower
just like
rate.
You're trying to tell me. So
no, you dumb idiot, because that's not my argument. That's not my position. You don't know what you're talking. You ask a question and then say, "Well, therefore, your idea isn't matching up."
Did the same
ask
thing
my
you did.
entire. No, wrong. So ask my entire position. The position is very simple. Just because you make something illegal, meaning that you ban it, this doesn't stop people from not doing it. But what I did say that people would not do it. It would, they'll be less likely to do it because there's consequences for doing said thing.
Okay, so look, man, my point is,
If grape was legal, do you think that, grape would be more prevalent?
look, I don't care about these hypothetical questions. I don't care about
No,
these
look,
pointless.
you won't even
ending
answer my
general
question,
questions.
bro.
These are the
If
problems
grape
with your
was
questions.
legal, stop it. If grape was legal, and you can go ahead and see a chick and have your way with her, and you're not going to go to jail. Nothing is going to happen at all. Right? Now, society says, well, you shouldn't do it, right? But we're going to go ahead and make it legal. Well, my question is, do you think that grape would be more prevalent? Do you think that the rate of men graping women would increase or decrease?
Decrease. You know why? Because men would not put up with that.
Hey, yo, listen, you are dumb.
You're crazy.
You are dumb.
You are literally
the reason why it's
crazy. Just know
illegal
that.
because men don't put up with it, you stupid dork.
Dude,
men protect
no
their
man's
wives and
gonna
their
allow
daughters.
another man
Stop
to
it.
rape-
You're just talking stupid. The reason why it's illegal because men don't put up with it right now because they protect their wives and their daughters. If it was legal, then therefore you can go ahead and get away with something without any consequences from a legal perspective. You get what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. So how would the rate of grape decrease if it's legal? Please demonstrate it.
Check it out. Let me put you on.
Go ahead, put me on.
We already got men beating the shit out of people that rape women, correct?
Stop using the R word, put the G in front of it.
All right. Men
I get what you're saying, yes.
Men already don't allow it, correct?
Wait, what you talking about? Yeah, it's illegal.
Yeah, it's illegal and it's still frowned upon, correct?
Yes, illegal and it's still frowned upon, yes.
So I put my last dollar that
Okay.
if they made it legal, men would even stand up stronger to make it not right and not justice. For the
Okay,
fact,
so therefore you're saying that it would be if the law made it legal, men would stand up against the law and put more consequences on it.
it would be more
You're
shamed.
proving my
It would
point.
It would be more shamed. It would be more
Either way,
shamed.
you're proving the
For
point.
sure. The point is, this is the point, dude.
The point is this.
Let me tell you the point.
The point is
that
you're
you-
incorrect
you're-
that the
you're
rate
not
of
try-
grape would increase, not decrease. That's the point.
Look, the point is that we're not trying to change what women are doing. If you are worried about women doing the wrong things, you should have been worried about what she was thinking
Yeah,
about.
I got to
in the
get some
first
higher
place.
IQ people up here. Like,
Dude, your IQ
you guys
is not
are
even
so low
high.
IQ.
You've already
It's
got
crazy
cooked
right
by
now.
Kevin, and I
Oh,
just
you think Kevin cooked
roasted
me?
you.
Oh, you roasted me?
Yes.
Okay, how
I
did you
put
roast
it back
me?
in the oven.
Ooh,
Look,
how?
put it this way. How?
Sure. Yeah, how?
Because this is how it starts. It doesn't start off laws. It starts
Oh,
off
Tiger wants some.
God.
Oh yeah, let's get
So,
Tiger up here.
If
He
you're
up
a
here.
real Christian, women are supposed to put God first, not no
All right, bro.
law.
All right, listen. Tygo, you got a
just-
question for him?
Yeah. So I think
Who's this
the
dude?
overarching. Okay. Yeah. So I think the overarching the argument here is that okay, in order for women to do better, men must do better first. Is that correct? Is that basically the crux of the argument that's happening right now, Coach? I believe.
No. His argument is placing
No.
laws.
No, I'm
Your
asking you
argument.
about yours.
Your argument.
No. I was debunking your argument that laws.
You didn't debunk
ain't gonna
anything. You
change
actually
anything.
proved it. You said that, oh, if that law goes away, men are going to put more consequences. The whole thing is about consequences. Law puts consequences on bad behavior. And if there's no law, you just said, well, if there isn't a law, men are going to put more consequences. So you're demonstrating how my point is correct. How everything, bad behavior only stops or it's limited due to men enforcing some type of law or some type of consequences on what they think is bad.
No, they do. People will do more with laws. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, for example, smoking weed. People used to smoke so much weed when it was illegal.
They smoke
There's
it
no
less?
one's. There's no
people
one
smoke
selling
weed
more.
way more
No,
now than
people-
it's legal in certain
People
states.
smoke weed way more now that it's legal. So you are lying. You are dumb. But
Look,
real quick,
check it out, buddy. Check it out, buddy.
Stop talking. I want
The
Tiger to
laws-
ask his question. Just
Look,
shut up, bro. Let
okay,
Tiger
check
ask
it
his
out, buddy.
question. Real quick, just let Tiger ask his question.
What's your question, bro? What's your question?
Yeah, so my question is this, right? So if the idea here is that in order for women to do better, men must lead by example and also do better first, like a chicken and the egg question. So here's my question. Are not men already fulfilling and maintaining their duties to society versus like women are like not? Okay. Where are men lacking and where are women not lacking? Because that seems the crux. That seems to be the crux of the argument here.
Where are men lacking?
He doesn't know how to speak about women. The whole time he keeps
I'm
converting it back to men.
I don't need to speak about women. I'm not backing them.
He's
I'm
not
a
going to
man.
speak about women.
Well, it
You know
seems like
why?
you were agreeing
Because
with Kevin's
I'm a
argument.
dude. Why would I tell a woman how to act? That's not my job. She was born a woman, and I was born a man. So, duh. Like, so why would
Are
I
you
care
a leader
about?
in your relationship?
Absolutely. What do you mean?
Okay, so then it is
That's
your
the whole
job
point.
to tell a woman how to act, then, right?
In my house, not outside my house, bitches running down a stripper pole.
Well, your house
That's
is
their-
your house is a small your house is society on a small scale, right? Society is the house on a large scale. So isn't it the case that if you as the man are in charge of the woman and how you lead her, right? Isn't it the case that if we multiply that to society at large, that men should do that, generally speaking, with all women, right? That's the crux of the argument, correct?
If people could imitate or replicate my house, it probably wouldn't be the society that you guys believe it is. See, the thing is, in my house,
He's
it starts
speaking about
with
in
God
general.
first,
Yeah,
then the husband.
He's speaking about in general.
God first, then the wife. You get
Yeah,
what I'm
but-
saying?
so then you agree.
I'm not
Then you're
worried
agreeing
about
with
my wife. I'm not
Then you
worried.
agree
and
then.
she's not worried about me. You know why? Because we follow God first. That's where.
Okay,
That's
then
where
yeah,
it's
you
first.
agree.
So,
Now, most society.
So the thing about
yeah,
it is, God doesn't have laws against whores. They're in there. They're in the Bible. If you're a Christian man, they're there.
You're dumb. You're a liar. You
You're
don't know
dumb.
what you're speaking about. God doesn't
That's
have.
why you have to
God
talk
doesn't have
shit.
laws against women that disobey Him.
Look.
Wait, God doesn't
Let me
have
tell-
any laws for women.
He does. No, he completely does.
Okay,
What I'm
so
trying
women.
to tell
So
you
wait,
is-
women can. Women. So women can be promiscuous.
Look, there's
Should
women that
women
can
be?
do whatever they like to
should,
do.
No, should women be promiscuous?
Oh, absolutely not. But this is my
Okay,
point.
so then
A
God does
promiscuous
have
woman
laws
doesn't
against
put God
promiscuous
first.
women. Stop.
Promiscuous woman doesn't put God first. In my
You're an
house,
idiot. Listen,
God,
you're so dumb.
God is first, and then it's the woman.
I can't do it, Tiger. Sorry, I can't do it
Man.
today. He's so dumb. They're so dumb. They can't follow a conversation. They have low IQ. They are completely stupid. And I don't have time to put up with it. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. Now, if you would have caught me earlier, maybe I would have gave him a little bit more grace like how I gave Kevin. But you get less grace because you know what? He was dumber than Kevin. At least Kevin, attempted to understand the argument, and then I just made him look stupid because he basically agreed with everything. The other guy, he just didn't understand anything at all. Listen.
Okay.
You know what? I would actually say, Coach, I agree with you. The problem is men like you. It's specific men. The problem is not even necessarily women. It's specific men like you. Because the reason why women have access to go on OnlyFans and access to become a stripper and access to do the things that you deem degenerate, because men allowed them on these platforms, and it would have been a man just like you.
Yeah, the thing is like the whole argument is, okay, in order for women to do better, then men must we must do better first, such that we lead by example. And the thing is that I would agree with that, right? We would all agree with that. But the thing is like it's presupposing that men aren't already doing that, right? Men are already doing the jobs, and you know, we already are building and maintaining society and doing the best we can, right? And it's like women aren't doing that. Women aren't adhering to their duties in society the same way that we are. Are there failures amongst men? Of course, right? Of course there are. Men could always stand to do better. But it's not to say that, like, you know, because there are some men who aren't living up to societal expectations, that gives women a pass to be, you know, OnlyFans prostitutes, right?
Both of them are dumb. These are what you call white knights. They don't know how to think. White knights. They don't know how to think about the other side. Like, bro, women have agency just like men have agency. So therefore, if they're responsible, they must have accountability as well. But they want to take away all of the accountability from women. So they can't fathom the idea that women should be obligated to anything, because they think that, well, men should be obligated to everything and women should just live a comfortable life. Well, yeah, that's great. We do know men's obligations, and we wouldn't have this society if men didn't maintain the infrastructure, and if men wasn't in the majority of military and maintain keeping the lights on and things like that, and also maintain the safety in the community and throughout the country. Men do their obligations currently right now in society, but currently we are below population replacement level because women aren't having children. So we're below replacement level. It's supposed to be 2.7 babies per woman, but currently it's only 1.6 babies per woman because there's no obligations for women to have children and to birth the next generation, right? And that's the only thing that a woman can do that men can't do, is to have children. We can't have children. Women can have children. Men can protect everyone collectively. Women can't protect everyone collectively. We live in a safe society where rape isn't prevalent. It happens, but at a very low rate, right? We live in a community where, like, we live in a society where, bro, you're fairly safe everywhere you go. Now, there's some communities and some blocks where you go on, maybe your safety level you won't be that safe. But generally in America, bro, you're safe. That's because men adhere to their duties. But in America, we're below replacement level because women don't adhere to their duties. In America, you know, these women are so promiscuous and stuff like that because women don't adhere to their duties, right? He says that promiscuity is bad. All of these adult industry sites are bad, but he wants women to be promiscuous. That's what I said, that his ideology leads to women being hoes. He wants women to be promiscuous and to be hoes because he doesn't want to put any restrictions on any of these adult industries or any restrictions or any accountability on women's behavior.
Right. Isn't that the issue here? Like, they're saying, okay, we as men need to be better and hold women accountable. But then when we say, okay, well, maybe we should put restrictions on things like OnlyFans and prostitution and being strippers and abortion and divorce and blah, blah, blah. Well, now all of a sudden that's not okay. The woman should have the choice to do all of that. But it's like, okay, well, where's the leadership that you're demanding from men?
That's why I asked him, well, should men have the choice to grape? Like, that's why I said, well, should grape be legal? And he says, you know, actually, if it was legal, it would be less grape. I say, wait, well, how would it be less grape? Because then men would all come together and they'll put more consequences. So really, then it's not legal. You get what I'm saying? So there's just more consequences. So these people are dumb. They have low IQ. They don't know how to follow an argument. That's what it is, right? But Tiger, thanks for coming up, man. And he couldn't even answer your question. That's why I just kicked him off. I'm like, yeah, man, he's not even.
Yeah, I mean, it was super simple, but yeah. Thanks for having me, man. It was a fun, good show tonight. Fun times, man. All right, chat. I gave y'all almost 5 hours. I gotta eat and grub. I'm starving up here. Let me get to these super chats and then we'll go ahead and wrap up.
Let me see here. See if we got any that came in. One second. Why isn't it? Okay, here we go. Make sure I get to these super chats right quick. All right, we got oh yeah, I already read that one before. Let's see if I let's read this one. Cooley, white as snow, brother man. I'm albino, foundational black American. I can't help that God took my melanin. That was Tiger. He was just up here trolling. We got Yo Boleem. Oh, let me read this one first, I guess. If Terrence Howard and Don Charlie's had a baby looking, boy. Okay, he's talking about that dude. Okay, I see you corrected it. Makes sense. We got Chakwata. I don't know what you're saying, buddy. Dude sound like a beta. Yeah, man, he sounds like a beta. He was a beta. A lot of these dudes are soft, man. That's just the reality of it. That is just the reality of it. They're white knights. They pedestalize women. They don't think that women should be held accountable for anything. And then he makes a scenario like, well, if all men did what, when he first came in, well, if all men did what they were supposed to do. And I said, well, okay, let's say if all men do exactly what they're supposed to do and they're men of good value, would women still, would that make all women be good women of value? No, women have agency. They got free will. There's still going to be women that's going to, disobey men, break the law, and do all of these things. So just like we have restrictions on men, meaning that we make things illegal, grape is illegal, we got to have restrictions on women too. But currently in society, there's no restrictions at all. All right, chat. This podcast is no Fugazee. I appreciate all of y'all for rocking with me until on Eastern Standard Time, midnight.
No Fugazee.
Get the likes up before you go. Sorry we didn't have higher IQ debates tonight. It was very low IQ debates because we had low IQ people coming up here. But, sometimes that happens, right? That's what happens when you do open debate night. But I do have a debate. When is my next 1v1 debate against a Jubilee debater? The last Jubilee debater I had up, I'm be honest, she was low IQ too. We debated, does Christianity promote feminism? She got fully obliterated. But shouts out to her. She was a good sport. She had decorum. She was nice. And it was still a good conversation. The next debate that I have lined up for you guys is going to be this Sunday. It's going to be a good debate. I'll be debating an atheist. I've debated him before, and the debate is going to be, does God exist? So that's going to be a good high IQ level conversation that you guys are going to enjoy. But for open panel debate night, the next open panel debate is going to be this Thursday. So this Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So anyone that's currently in right now that wants to debate, I see we still got some people backstage. If there's anyone that wants to debate on Thursday, come on up for open panel debate night. Or if you just want to tune in and watch Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, open debate. The link to join the debate will be in the comments as well. So anyone can join. Other than that, peace. I'm out. And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio, new podcast by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long. Doing new things. Men are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. You are in competition. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here and we can do it in person. And after that, we could box. I'm about my business. So remember I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yeah.
You look 39. It's okay though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman.